Well, good morning, everybody. Happy New Year, both kinds. Happy Lunar New Year, too. We'll talk about that in a minute. Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, January 21st. First, I want to acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and we thank them for having cared for these lands for time immemorial. And I think I can say for Council, it's been one of our great pleasures getting to know Chief and Council of the three host nations better as we move forward together planning this great city. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And I think Council would join with me in thanking staff for their excellent cold weather response. I don't know what's going on. I guess that's Councillor Weeb's dramatic entrance. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Yes, and so we'd like to thank staff for their excellent effort in their making sure that snow is cleared. I think that there's a lot of nervousness among the public, but I think our staff did an excellent job. Also want to thank staff who put on an extra effort in helping our homeless residents find shelter and warming centers. So hope Council will join me in thanking them. Can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova is not in the chamber. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. And Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. So, Council, we have a very somber moment to begin today. As you know, on January 8th, Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 crashed shortly after takeoff in Tehran, Iran. 57 Canadians were killed, and a number of them resided in or around the Lower Mainland, and I know many councillors had personal connections to families of those who lost members. This is a terrible tragedy. I think we all acknowledge that. We've already had discussions, but today is a day to formally recognize in Council this loss and our deep condolences to the family, and to acknowledge also the loss to our wider community. So I'm hoping everyone will take a moment to just take a moment and to reflect and to remember those who lost their lives. Thank you very much, Council, and we'll continue to discuss about this topic and to work with the community to try to, lessen the loss in any way we can. Now on to much happier tidings. We want to talk about the Lunar New Year. I was down with the lantern unveiling in Jack Pole Plaza over the weekend, and I really suggest that the councillors, if they haven't already, to go take a look at those wonderful lanterns, which are the best, I think, fusion between Asian and Indigenous art. They're just stunning. So if you have a chance to go down to take a look, they're fantastic, and I believe they'll be going over to Taiwan for the Lantern Festival there too. So a great way to kick off the year. In the coming weeks, we'll be celebrating Lunar New Year, as we always do, and this is one of the most significant annual celebrations for Vancouver's Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean communities. This year, 2020, is the year of the rat. The rat is the first of the 12-year cycle of the Chinese zodiac. People born in the year of the rat are instinctive, acute, alert in nature, which makes them to be brilliant business people. They can always react properly before the worst circumstances take place. They are also sophisticated and popular in social interaction. They are sanguine and very adaptable, being popular with others. So good traits for business people, but also good traits for politicians, I think. So if you're board of the year of the rat, congratulations. Today we have 6 esteemed representatives from the community, and the following community agencies are here to receive the proclamation, which I'll read out momentarily. their Chinatown Business Association, Jun Ing, Vancouver Chinatown Merchant Association, Willie Chan, Success, representing Success, Terry Young, Chinese Freemason, Cecil Fung, and from Shonli, Bun Lam. And Fred Kwok is here from the Chinese Cultural Center. Hi, Fred. So I'd like to invite them forward while I read the proclamation and say a few words on behalf of each to say a few words on behalf of their organization. Then we'll have council come up and have a little photo session and get on with the rest of the council meeting. So, gentlemen, if you'd like to come up, that would be great. Somebody like to hold this? Somebody like to hold this while we? Yeah.
Both sides, or maybe?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe three on that side, three on this side.
Sure. Three on this side. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to read. So if you hold, I'll read.
Do it in front. I guess you got to read it.
I got to read it. Yeah. So I'll read. You hold. We're good. Okay. Great. Okay. So Lunar New Year Celebration Week. Whereas the city of Vancouver is home to a multitude of cultures and languages from around the world and values diversity as a source of strength. And whereas the city of Vancouver believes that celebrating diversity, be it gender, ability, ethnicity, religion, or sexual orientation, helps to create a vibrant community in which all individuals live in mutual respect and peace. And whereas the city of Vancouver is home to a large and diverse Asian Canadian community that has contributed significantly to the social and economic vitality of the city, and whereas the city of Vancouver believes that sharing and celebrating community-based festivals enhances the connection between citizens of diverse cultures and interests, and whereas Lunar New Year celebrations encompass many traditions, including that of Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean cultures, and is one of the most important festivals of the year for many Vancouver residents, and whereas Lunar New Year has become an integral celebration of in the city of Vancouver, now therefore I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the week of January 25th to 31st, 2020 as New Year Celebration Week. We can clap. Let's clap. Great. Thanks very much. And I'll invite each of you up now to say a few words.
Oh, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Chinese Millennium Association, I just want to, well, first of all, thank the city for their continued support for the 7 years of this will be our 70th annual year of the annual parade. And I also want to welcome everybody to come to the parade. The parade starts at 11 o'clock, and we're going to have a lot of fun. Thank you.
I'll be really quick. I just, as a community in the Chinese community and Chinese Canadian, really proud that this parade is not just limited to Chinatown or Chinese community. We have upwards of 90,000 spectators yearly. Hopefully it's not snowing on Sunday. We have more. We have 70 teams, up to hundreds of people, and hundreds of volunteers to actually make it a possibility. So please, if you have time, Sunday, come on out and march with us with line dances and whatnot. And we're looking forward to seeing you. And thank you to the city for your support.
Well, I'm Cecil Fung from the Chinese Freemasons. We are probably the oldest Chinese organization in the city of Vancouver, and we were established before the city. We are very thankful for the continual support of the city of Vancouver, and we also want to thank our sponsors for their financial support to put this event on, and we are trying to work very hard under the leadership of June. And we are working very hard under his leadership.
Hi, I'm Fred Kwok from the Chinese Cultural Center of the Greater Vancouver. And Chinese Cultural Center being the cradle for this Spring Festival Parade since 47 years ago. And we'll continue to bring to Vancouver and to the people in British Columbia a great fun during our Lunar Year celebration. Thank you very much.
I'm Willie Chan of the Chinatown Merchant Association. I just say everyone have a health and 恭喜發財 to all of you.
Hi, Mayor and Councillor. Really appreciate that you invite us. I represent the association is called Sony Benefit Association, which is I think the second oldest and in Vancouver, behind, same as Freemason. And the reason is our founder of China, President Dr. Sun Yat-sen, they had a garden here too. So that's what our association, our member come from. We had over 10,000 families here, 10 in Vancouver, Lower Mainland. So keep it short. Thank you for all welcome us, and thank you, Mayor. Hope everybody going to enjoy the parade for this year. This year is 47 years of the parade.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks very much, everybody, for that. Happy Year of the Rat, and maybe we can have council come up and we can have a few photos.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay. And gentlemen, if you want to stay up here with us, that would be great. Great. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. I'll just move this guy. Can you just hold that again? Sure. And I'll just move that out of the way.
Are those ours too?
I've read it. Maybe.
Normally we have 6 copies.
Morning.
I'll let someone else organize. See you on Sunday.
Yes.
Okay, Council. So we're down to business now. So the plan for the day, after the proclamation, we have 3 administrative items, 1 presentation, 1 item of unfinished business. We'll deal with up to 1 communication, 3 reports, 4 referral reports, if not adopted on consent, 14 bylaws, 7 council members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. In terms of timing, we'll, as usual, break at noon for lunch, then move to in-camera between 1 and 3. Then we'll return at 3 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. We'll finish at 5, have dinner until 6, and then come back for the public hearing. Okay. So council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move that the motion go in camera later this week? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconded. Councillor Boyle, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's good. Thanks very much. So that carries unanimously. Minutes 1s are the special council budget meeting of December 3rd, 2019. Any corrections? Someone like to move? Thank you. Councillor D'Amato, second. Thank you, Councillor Bly. All in favor? Any opposed? That's good. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the council meeting of December 10th. Any corrections? Somebody move it, please. Councillor Carr, thank you. Councillor Boyle, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed. Minutes 3 are minutes of the public hearing of December 10th. Any corrections to the minutes? Someone like to move? Councillor Boyle, thank you. Second. And Councillor Hardwick, thank you. Any all in favor? Any opposed? That's That's passed as well. Minutes 4, the minutes of the council meeting following the standing committee meeting on finance and services of December 11th and 17th. Any corrections? Correction? Okay. I'll put you on here, Councillor Dominato. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I've been having trouble with my computer this morning, so I can't pull up the exact page, but in the minutes, it indicates under the 2020 capital and operating budget, it is dated November 19th, 2019. And then and so the date is incorrect, I believe, and I think we should have that reviewed.
So in future, just for all council, if you find a correction before the last minute, just maybe if you send it in beforehand so the clerks can make it, but I understand that this may have just come to your attention, Councillor Dominato. Did you have a corrected date in mind?
No, unfortunately, I only found it late last night. So
Would it be okay if we left it to let the clerks make sure they put in the corrected date?
And I may be wrong, but I believe the date might be. So if we could just have that reviewed.
Sure, okay.
And I'll find the exact page once I can go back to the minutes.
So if we're okay just with leaving it, the clerk will put in the corrected date? Okay, thank you. Let's see where we're at. We need a mover. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Dejanova, sorry, Councillor Bly. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope, that's fine, thanks. Minutes 5, minutes of the public hearing of December 12th, 17th, and 18th. Any corrections? Nope, can we have a mover? Councillor Bly, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Dominato, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Minute 6 are the minutes of the special council meeting. That's the motion to go to camera on December 17th. I guess probably not any corrections there. Somebody like to move that one? Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, seconder. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, all in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to considering matters adopted on consent. We have 1 communication, 3 reports, and 4 referral reports on the agenda for consideration. Please note that referral report 5 was withdrawn at the request of the applicant. So council may adopt the recommendations in the communication reports collectively in a single motion. If somebody wants to hold, can you put yourself on the queue? Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, from the referral reports, I'd like to hold number 2, please.
That's the simplified and expanded zoning and development regulations, is that? Right, okay. And again, those are just referrals, so we'll just be debating whether or not to refer. Okay. Anybody else? Or privilege? Okay.
I just wanted to let you know that my computer is not working right now, and I'm waiting for my login to be reset. So I'll be putting my hand up when I need to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll recognize you as quickly as I can. So I don't see anybody else on the queue. Anybody want to declare a conflict of interest on any of these? No? Okay. Someone like to move the adoption? Councillor Bly, thank you. Councillor Carr, seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Those have passed. Thank you very much. The following items have been approved on consent. The 2020 council meetings schedule revision. Under reports, the Heritage Revitalization Agreement Amendment. Also under reports, the 2020 cultural grants. Third, the application for payment in lieu at 325 Carroll Street. Under referral reports, the CD1 rezoning on Cliff Avenue. The third one, CD1 rezoning on Canby Street. Fourth, CD1 text amendment on 1500 West Georgia. And number 5 was withdrawn. And okay, that's it. So the referral report. Great, thanks very much, Council. So now we're moving to unfinished Right, no, sorry, it's a presentation. One presentation today, the 2020 assessment roll. We have Grant McDonald here. No, we don't. We have Ms. Impey here today to present.
Mr. Mayor and Council, just a very brief introduction. Annually, our BC assessment comes to Council for your information to go through the New Year's assessment roll. And as you know, this is a key piece of our property tax process. So Council sets a budget, and then the assessment roll helps us to distribute the property tax to residents and businesses. There will be a number of reports coming to you between now and April when that process completes. So this is sort of the kickoff to that part of our process. So Grant McDonald, who is the acting Director of Assessment Operations, is going to come up and introduce their presentation.
Thanks, Ms. Impey. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Grant McDonald, BC Assessment. Nice to be here before Council again. It's a sort of long-standing tradition that we've come to Chambers and present a report on the most recent assessment roll. So we appreciate the opportunity to do that. I'm here with a couple of colleagues this morning. I'd just like to introduce Preet Bajra, who is a Deputy Assessor in the Vancouver office, and he's now the primary liaison between the City and BC Assessment. And also Clayton Olson, who is going to actually be doing the presentation this morning. So I think it's fairly straightforward. I believe you have a copy of the presentation in front of you. The proposal is to sort of roll through that presentation, and if hopefully there'll be a little bit of time at the end if you have any questions on anything arising from that report. We'd be happy to take those questions, or if there's anything else indeed assessment related that's on your mind, we'll try and answer those questions too. So if that's okay, I'll present Clayton, and he'll take you through the presentation. Thanks
very much.
Sorry, just scroll.
Just 1 second, please. Wasn't it emailed out to people? Yeah. The report was circulated by email yesterday for councillors who are looking. Everybody okay to proceed with the presentation? Okay, great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me again. My name is Clayton Olson, Acting Deputy Assessor in the Lower Mainland region with BC Assessment. So today we're going to be talking about first just a brief overview of who we are at BC Assessment, what we do. Then I'll be moving into an overview of the 2020 assessment roll, going over a little bit about the assessments that were delivered to property owners on January 1st of this year. So we'll get going. Okay, so our agenda today. So as mentioned, we'll be talking a little bit about who we are, what we do at BC Assessment, going through some of our key functions, including valuation, classification of all properties in BC. Talk a little bit about the assessment cycle as well as our appeal processes. Again, and then we'll be jumping into an introduction of the 2020 assessment roll. The presentation today will take about 40 minutes, and there will be time for questions at the end. So the creation of BC Assessment. So prior to 1974, there were over 200 taxing authorities throughout the province of British Columbia that were responsible for the property assessment and taxing function. This obviously came with a lot of issues with consistency and inequitable assessments amongst different jurisdictions. So in 1974, the BC government created a nonpartisan commission tasked with examining property assessment and taxation. At this time in 1974, it enacted 2 sets of legislation to create a province-wide assessment authority. So these two sets of legislation first included the Assessment Authority Act, which basically gives BC Assessment the authority to be a province-wide assessment authority, as well as the Assessment Act, which is legislation that actually guides the work that we do and the procedures and et cetera. So BC Assessment is independent from any municipal and provincial property taxing function, as well as provincial and municipal politics. Municipalities use our assessed value to administer property taxes based on mill rates that are established each spring by the respective city councils. So just a little bit about BC Assessment. BC Assessment operates as an independent provincial crown corporation. We are represented under the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Our minister is Selena Robinson. We're governed by a board of directors appointed by the provincial government. Our board chair is Sylvia Bishop, and our current CEO and president is Jason Grant. So BC Assessment is responsible for determining assessed values of every property in British Columbia. In addition to setting the assessed values, we're also responsible for assessing the tax liability and exemption status of every property, as well as a classification based on its actual use. So BC Assessment doesn't receive any grants or government transfers. Our primary source of revenue is based on a tax levy, which is levied to every property in BC, every taxable property in BC. And then we also, that added up to about $94.7 million in 2019. We also received an additional about $5.6 million in other revenue from things such as First Nations contracts and data access services. So we had a total budget in 2019 of $100.3 million. BC Assessment consists of 640 employees province-wide, with our head office in Victoria and 14 regional offices throughout the province. So our product is the assessment roll. So what the assessment roll is, it's an annual list of property values. It provides a stable, predictable base for property taxation across British Columbia. In addition to providing an annual list of property values, which is the assessed value, we also provide property ownership, classification of every property, as well as its tax exemption status. So this assessment roll provides a base for local governments like the City of Vancouver to collect over $8 billion annually in property taxes that go on to fund things like schools and other government services. So for the 2020 assessment roll, we reported just over 2 million properties across the province for a total value of $1.94 trillion. This is actually a decrease from the 2019 assessment roll of about $50 billion, or about 2.5%. Of that $1.9 trillion, about $27.1 billion of that is what's considered new construction or subdivision or rezoning. And essentially that's new taxable value that was added this year. So as mentioned, just over 2 million properties in BC. We've seen a steady increase throughout BC and City of Vancouver of property counts year over year. So how does BC Assessment compare internationally? So BC's property tax administration system was actually rated one of the best in the world by two renowned nonprofit organizations, the first being the International Property Tax Institute, as well as the Council on State Taxation. So BC ranked as a B+, which, as mentioned, was tied for some of the best in the world. The study focused on things like transparency, simplicity, and consistency, as well as procedural fairness. So relationships with BC Assessment. So obviously, in addition to our great relationships with taxing authorities, such as the City of Vancouver, we do have a number of other relationships, other clients that we work with, being property owners, provincial and federal government, as mentioned, municipalities. What's key here is that we rely on two-way relationships between a lot of these customers. So, for example, with taxing authorities, we rely on municipalities to provide BC Assessment with things like permit information, zoning bylaws, building plans. And with property owners, we rely on property owners to provide things like self-reporting forms and any changes to inventory on their homes, photos, and inspections. So the assessment cycle and key dates. So the assessment cycle operates on a cyclical basis, on a year-to-year basis. So starting in January, obviously the assessments just came out at the beginning of January 1st. And throughout the month of January, we refer to it what's called our inquiry period. It gives the opportunity for property owners to reach out to BC Assessment, ask questions about their assessments, correct any information that may be incorrect, and just have general conversation with a local appraiser. If the property owner doesn't agree with their assessment, the appeal deadline for the first level appeal is January 31st, which is referred to as the Property Assessment Review Panel, which is the first level of appeal. The Property Assessment Review Panel runs from February 1st through to March 15th. And at that conclusion, at the end of March, we produce what's called the revised assessment roll, which is essentially the updated assessment roll given the changes that happened through the first level of appeal. From April 1st to September 30th is typically when we do a lot of our assessment enhancement projects. We're also out in the field quite a bit inspecting new construction. And a key date in there is the April 30th, which is the appeal deadline for the second level appeal, which is the Property Assessment Appeal Board. Another key date in there is actually July 1st. So July 1st is a key date for BC assessment in that it's our valuation date. So the 2020 assessment roll is actually based on the market value of a property as of July 1st of the previous year. Then in October of every year, that's when we get started on our actual production of the assessment roll. So some key dates in there are October 31st. So October 31st is our physical condition date. So it's essentially the assessment will reflect what is on that property and the use of that property as of October 31st of every year. November 31st is the LTSA, Land Title Survey Authority records date, essentially what ownership, any other covenants, et cetera, that are registered as of November 30th is reflected in the assessment. So how do we value different properties? So as mentioned, BC assessment reflects the market value as of July 1st of every year. So market value is defined as the probable price which a property should bring in a competitive market under all conditions requisite to a fair sale, the buyer and seller each acting prudently and knowledgeably, and assuming the price is not affected by undue stimulus. So essentially what that means is the market value is the probable price for which a property would fetch on an open and free market. So why do we use market value? Market value is recognized as the fairest system for distributing property tax. Also, market value, so properties with similar value in a similar property class will typically pay similar taxes. So it's as mentioned, is one of the fairest systems. And also, it's easily understandable and defendable. So how do we value the different property types? So for example, residential properties, so your single-family homes, your strata residential, typically we value those properties based on what's called the direct comparison approach, which is based on the principle of substitution. So essentially the assessment is based on sales of properties that have a similar utility to that property. So we typically use the direct comparison approach for property types where we have a large abundance of sales. For commercial properties, typically we're using what's referred to as the income approach to valuation, which analyzes a property's income producing capacity and capitalizes that income to provide an indication of the present value of that investment. I also put in there legislative properties. So those are things that are typically actually valued on a non-market valuation. So things like continuous structures, so railways, pipelines, major industrial properties and those are typically valued on legislated rates. As well as things like farms. Farms have to meet annual income requirements in order to be classified as a farm. And finally, Section 19A of the Assessment Act is another example. And essentially what that is it's a grandfathering clause. So if a property owner lives and occupies a property for 10 or more years, it gives us the ability to assess that property at its current use as opposed to any redevelopment or highest and best use valuation. So when I refer to highest and best use, we can't talk about market value of a property without addressing highest and best use. So highest and best use is the foundation to market value. Fee appraisers, realtors, investors, they all value based on highest and best use. Highest and best use is defined as the Appraisal Institute of Canada as the reasonable, probable use of a property that is physically possible, legally permissible, financially feasible, and maximally productive. So what's meant by these four terms is physically possible, so that's things affected by access to services, slope stability, etc. Legally permissible, so zoning, OCP, any covenants on the property. Financially feasible, do the uses generate a return that's over and above the cost to redevelop a property? And finally, maximally productive. So of all the uses that meet all the other criteria, which one results in the highest value? And that results in the market value. So how land use affects market value. So this just shows the impact that land use controls have on a market value. So for example, if a municipality puts in place a new OCP that leads to rezoning that encourages redevelopment of underused properties. So an example is, say that the city puts in a new OCP in zoning that supports a redevelopment of, say, a 2-story retail building into a 20-story mixed-use tower. So if there is market demand for those towers, the small buildings, the small 2-story buildings are going to sell for higher prices based on their redevelopment potential and not their current use as a retail building. So typically the assessment reflects this market value, reflects these higher prices that are being paid. So the end message here is that market value is impacted significantly by legal and approved uses of a property. So any change in land use controls can lead to a change in the highest and best use of a property, which ultimately changes the market value of that property, which ultimately changes the assessed value. So property classification. So in addition to providing an assessment for each property that reflects the market value as of July 1st of every year, BC Assessment also places each property within one or more of the prescribed 9 property classes. So it's important to note that value and classification are independent of each other, and that classification reflects the actual use of a property. So why do we use different property classifications? It allows for a variable tax rate system. So essentially we can, or municipalities can apply different tax rates by property type. So property classes are defined by the prescribed classes of property regulation as part of the Assessment Act. And this section is supported with various case law at the different levels of courts. So I'm going to discuss I'm not going to discuss all of the classifications, just some of the major classes that are applicable to the City of Vancouver. So the first obviously being Class 1 residential, which majority of properties in the City of Vancouver fall in. And that's pretty self-explanatory, uses for single family, strata apartments, some farm buildings as well, but like I said, pretty self-explanatory for residential. Class 5 industrial. So this is typically uses that are held for extraction, processing, and manufacturing. Why it's relevant to the City of Vancouver is it does include things like breweries and wineries. But it's also important to note that Class 5 excludes any sales areas and bar areas as part of those breweries. Exceptions to Class 5 industrial classification are properties for production and storage of food and non-alcoholic beverages, which fall into Class 6, which is business and other. So Class 6 is known as essentially a basket class. Anything that doesn't fall within the other property classifications will fall within business and other. Typically, it's mostly commercial properties, retail, offices, warehousing, hotels, etc. Finally, Class 8. So Class 8 is for recreational property and also nonprofit. So it falls into 2 categories. The first being property that's used at least 150 days as a place of public worship, so like churches, or for meeting halls for nonprofit and fraternal organizations. The second category is land used for an outdoor recreational facility. So these are things like golf courses, tennis courts, swimming pools, as well as it includes parks and gardens that are open to the public. And so this is important to the City of Vancouver because There's specific the criteria needs to be met, and there are a number of development sites in Vancouver that are actually being classified as parks and gardens because they meet this specific criteria. So for the 2020 assessment roll, there's a total of 35 properties that are receiving this Class 8 for a total land assessed value of $752 million that falls into that Class 8 classification. So just moving quickly into the appeal process. So first off, BC Assessment has a no surprises policy. So even before the assessment roll comes out, if there are any assessments that are changing above average for their property class or have a change in exemption status, we do send out early notification letters in advance to property owners just to give them additional time to give us a call, talk about their assessments before we move into the formal appeal process. But as mentioned, so the first level appeal is the property assessment appeal or review panel, which with a appeal deadline of January 31st. It runs through February 1st to March 15th. The appeal deadline to appeal any decisions from that first level of appeal is April 30th, where the property will move to the Property Assessment Appeal Board. So both levels of appeal have members who are appointed by provincial government and are completely independent from BC Assessment. Property Assessment Appeal Board decisions can be appealed to the BC Supreme Court, BC Court of Appeal, as well as even up to the Supreme Court of Canada. So City of Vancouver appeal stats. So demonstrated here is the 2018 and 2019 appeal stats for the City of Vancouver. As you can see, for 2019 assessment roll, we had an appeal rate of about 2.58%. To put that in perspective, so provincially, the average is about 1.7 or 1.6% in 2019. But typically, the City of Vancouver does see higher than average provincial rates of appeal, just based on the complexity of the properties included within the City of Vancouver. And about 26% of those properties that go to the first level of appeal make it to the second level of appeal. The key thing to point out here is the revised roll total. So revised roll total, as mentioned earlier, is the assessment roll for the City of Vancouver updated for that first level of appeal. So as you can see, the overall change from the first level of appeal is only 0.42%. So what that means to you is that the assessment roll in Vancouver provides for a very stable and predictable property tax base moving forward. So moving into an overview of the 2020 assessment roll that was delivered to property owners on January 1st of this year. Before I jump into that, just going to quickly talk about the Lower Mainland structure. In 2019, we actually reviewed our operating model within the Lower Mainland, and we've moved to a more specialized model. So we have two different divisions, both the industrial commercial investment properties, which is headed up by Cash Kang, as well as the residential division, which is headed up by Laura Schweigel. And essentially, each one of these divisions handles their respective properties all the way from all throughout the Lower Mainland, all the way from the Sunshine Coast out to Hope and Boston Bar. So the region consists of three different offices, one here located in Vancouver, as well as an office in Surrey and Abbotsford. So this graph demonstrates the median sale price by quarter for single-family homes within the City of Vancouver. So the peak median sale price was actually in the first quarter of 2016 at the beginning of the graph there at a median sale price of $2.3 million. The July 1st, 2019 median sale price, which represents the valuation date for our 2020 assessment roll that recently came out, was $1.662 million, which is actually 11% lower than the same time in 2018. So we saw a decrease in the single-family market on at the sales level of 11%. Similar representation for the strata residential market. So the peak for the strata residential market was a little bit later than single-family. We saw a peak in the first quarter of 2018 at a median sale price of $787,000. The July 1st, 2019 median sale price was $699,000, which is actually 8% lower than 2018 at the same time. This is just a representation of the distribution of roll value by property category. So as you can see, between single-family homes, residential strata, and residential other, which includes vacant land, 71% of Vancouver's assessment base falls within Class 1 residential. The other 24% is in Class 6, which is business and other, and then the other 5% make up things like Class 8 recreational nonprofit and Class 5 industry. This represents the total roll value versus taxable roll value. So the total assessable value for the City of Vancouver was about $440 billion, but the actual taxable value was $389 billion. So that means $51 billion in the City of Vancouver is tax-exempt property. So these are things such as exempt properties are things such as permissive exemptions granted by taxing authorities, statutory exemptions, which are granted by legislation, as well as things like city-owned property. So distribution of value change. So this just represents the majority of properties and where their change was year over year in total assessed value for the City of Vancouver. So as you can see, majority of single-family homes within the City of Vancouver change between -15% and -10%, with an overall change in assessed value of about -11% in the single-family market. For strata, majority of properties in Vancouver change between the -10% and -5%, with the overall percentage change being 5.8% for the strata residential market. And for non-residential, so mostly commercial, retail, and mixed-use properties, there was more of an even distribution of value change throughout Vancouver. Mostly flat, majority of properties fell within that 0 to 5% range. But there are certain pockets that I'll talk about in a minute here that did see differing movement from this flat market in the commercial property type. So total roll value. So this is actually the only time in the last 20 years that the overall roll total for the City of Vancouver has actually decreased from the previous year. So it was $440.8 billion, which was down 8% from the 2019 assessment roll. This is actually only the 5th time since 1974 that provincially we've seen a lower overall assessment roll than its previous year. So at a neighborhood level, just to demonstrate some of these changes, so this slide demonstrates a lot of some of the areas that have more of the higher valued properties in Vancouver. And as you can see, they decreased in 2020 roll from anywhere from 13 to 16%. So these are areas like Point Grey, Dunbar, and Shaughnessy. Important thing to note here, though, is that so even though we have seen fairly significant increases for the 2020 assessment roll, we're still seeing values that are slightly higher than 2016 levels. Taking a look at areas that have more of a traditional housing stock, so areas like Marpole, Renfrew area, so their total assessed levels did also see decreases. But again, we're still in line overall with 2017 and 2018 levels in terms of overall assessed value. So for non-residential, so starting with commercial and retail properties, so overall the commercial and retail market was relatively flat throughout the City of Vancouver. So for improved properties, like I said, typically flat throughout. There were slight increases in market rents kind of all throughout City of Vancouver, but again, overall change 0 to 5%. Some areas of note in the commercial market were first the Cambie Broadway area, specifically only commercial properties. We saw decreases anywhere from 10 to 15% in land values for straight commercial properties. And then commercial sites off of arterial roads throughout Vancouver, so typically C1 zoning. We saw decreases back to about 2018 levels, We did see a pretty significant spike in 2019 due to quite a few sales, but there were a number of sales in 2019 that have kind of brought that value back down. So mixed use land. So typically, again, overall flat throughout the city of Vancouver, but there were some key areas of note. So the Kitsilano, Point Grey, West Broadway, and East Hastings areas for mixed-use land did see some decreases in about 10 to 15% on those land values. Whereas Crosstown, Chinatown, Gastown did see some sales in 2019, and we are seeing some increases in those specific areas. And then industrial properties, again, industrial, for especially the peripheral areas for industrial property in City of Vancouver, we typically saw 0 to -5% change. So again, pretty flat. Some areas of note for the industrial market are Mount Pleasant. So Mount Pleasant had seen very significant increases over the last number of years in the tune of over 100% year over year in some cases. We did see sales over the last year indicating about a 20% decrease in value in places like Mount Pleasant and Railtown. So how does Vancouver compare provincially? So typically we saw modest changes in assessed values throughout the province. As mentioned previously, we saw overall decrease in assessed value. But for single family markets, we mostly saw flat to slightly increasing. The North did see some higher increases, as well as the Kootenay Columbia in some of their single family, as well as strata. Commercial and industrial property saw relatively flat markets pretty much throughout the entire province. So non-market change. So BC Assessment tracks changes in assessed value that are unrelated to market movement, and we refer to this as non-market change. So some municipalities refer to this as growth or new taxable assessed value for the municipality. So in 2020, the City of Vancouver saw a non-market change of about $4.1 billion in assessed value. So that's essentially assessed value that's new to the assessment rule, that's new taxable value for the City of Vancouver. So things that contribute to non-market change are things like inventory changes, so any new construction, any new properties as a result of subdivisions, any zoning changes, any exemption changes to its tax status, things like that. So for more information, I do encourage everyone to take a look at our website. It includes various 2020 assessment information, also includes different policies, procedures that BC Assessment follows and also has quite a number of very informative videos, et cetera, explaining a lot of the processes that we do. So I do encourage you to take a look. For 2020, the site is fully mobile friendly. Another tool on our website that's a very popular tool is the interactive property trend map. So it actually allows you to zoom into any neighborhood at a neighborhood level within BC and see the different changes in assessed value year over year. So again, I encourage you to take a look at that. On our website, we also have the assessment search, which is our most popular feature on our website. We had over 130,000 visits to the site on January 2nd. So this allows basically anybody to search and compare their 2020 assessments and look at 2020 assessments province-wide. Property owners can also create accounts in order to view historic property or historic assessment information on their own property. It also allows them to store any favorites and be alerted to any sales within their neighborhood. So BC Assessment, obviously collaboration is key for us. We've maintained a great relationship with the City of Vancouver and hope to continue our collaborative efforts moving forward. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a number of questions here, and so I'll just my screen sorted out here. We'll start with Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate the background. I want to start off with the first question, and maybe you can give us some context as to how it's going to impact the process. And it relates to Minister Robinson's announcement on January 17th, last Friday. about the intent for the BC government to table legislation that would enable municipalities to exempt commercial properties from tax for a portion of that land. And I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to the process and timing and how that will work between the responsibilities the municipality would have to undertake if it chooses to utilize that versus how that will interface with BC Assessment's process?
I'll let Grant step in for this one. He has a little bit more background on that.
Thanks very much. Yes, well, I mean, in terms of being able to give you comprehensive information, I'm afraid I'm not really going to be able to do that. We saw the press release that came out on Friday, and I haven't had any background sort of information as to what that's going to be looking like. I know that from working with staff, working with the province over the last sort of 12 months, as we reviewed some of the options to sort of help give some tax relief to small business, there was specific proposals that went forward. This particular interim measure, as it's being called, hasn't really been defined yet. I do know that the province right now, as we speak, I believe, are trying to organize a meeting that will happen probably very early next week. And BC Assessment, the province, and all the Lower Mainland municipalities that were involved in the working committee are going to be invited to that. So I'm assuming at that point, and I don't know, that we will all get a little bit more information about exactly how this works. At this point in time, all I can tell you is the same thing that you've probably read, in as much that this interim solution is meant to be targeted towards nonprofits, art and culture, and small business. But exactly what that process is going to look like, what the legislation is going to look like, I don't believe the House doesn't sit again until the middle of February. So it's a little bit of sort of, unfortunately, wait and see.
Okay, and then following up on that, is so fair to say it's going to be tight to exercise the ability to implement that if Vancouver chooses to do that, for example, to provide that relief that we've been advocating for so long for the small businesses and the arts and the nonprofit groups? It's going to be a bit of a race. Is that fair?
I think that's fair to say. It is going to be a little bit of a scramble, but we are ready to sort of gear up as soon as we get a little more clarity on that, and we will work pretty closely with city staff here to try and make that happen, and whatever council's wishes are in terms of providing that tax relief, to try and make sure that that's implemented in a timely fashion. Yeah, we're going to be running pretty quickly, I think.
I think we are, and I'm going to keep going for that reason because I'm limited for time. But thank you. I appreciate working with you on that.
Thank you.
The other thing relates to the Class 8 at recreational category, and you had mentioned for parks and gardens, and you mentioned in Vancouver specifically, there's 35 development sites classified in that category currently that have not yet been developed, or sitting fallow, if you want to use that terminology, with a value of $752.9 million. Do you have a sense of what tax revenue the city would be foregoing by classifying those 35 properties as under Parks and Recreation versus other use?
We don't have that calculation in front of us, but it would be the difference in the mill rates between what classified property, whether it was Class 6 and the Class 8.
Maybe staff can follow up and let me know that. I figure we had the experts here. Your math is probably better than mine because it's what you do. And then the other question, this is something that I think the public struggles to understand quite a bit, and I want to take advantage of asking the experts while you're here, and particularly this year because we saw assessments go down in categories across the board, which I think was unusual and unprecedented as opposed to specific categories, strata versus single family. You mentioned that the total YVR roll went from $480 billion to $441. And people always ask the question, why don't my property taxes go down if the assessments are going down and the total roll is? Can you explain that? I mean, I have a sense, but it's complex.
When your property goes down with the average, if your property went down, let's say the average went down 10%, and your property goes down by 10%, you'll see no difference in taxes unless there's an increase in the mill rate, overall tax rates. They're in the sense that it's a way of distributing taxes, but it's not directly correlated to your taxes.
Okay. Any other expansion on that?
If the mill rate stays exactly the same and the assessed values go down, would the property tax bills would also go down? Is that fair to say?
No.
Wait, you have. I think there's additional help coming. Sure. Yeah. I just have a few seconds. Thanks.
So as explained in the annual budget process, typically in terms of the overall tax levy, council determine the overall tax levy that needs to be collected as part of the budget process. So once you determine what is the fixed amount of levy, then we actually just use the assessment base to distribute tax. So basically, I think that's the reason why we keep reiterating to the public as part of the budget process. Assessment increases doesn't necessarily relate to increase in tax. It all depends on what council wants in terms of a tax levy.
Great, thank you. I want to take that opportunity to clarify because I know it's always an education point.
Thanks very much. We're on to Councillor Fry.
Oh, I thought I was quite a bit down the list.
Surprise.
Good thing I was sitting here. Yeah, and to that, I do want to acknowledge the fantastic video on the city's website that explains how mill rates versus budgets operate and stuff. It's very illuminating, and anybody who's paying attention and wants more clarification, it's great to check that out. I had a couple of questions. So the homeowner grant, I note that the province reduced the homeowner grant threshold this year from by about $125,000, and I can't help but notice that also property values have sort of decreased, so that it seems to me, are you guys responsible for the homeowner grant process? And
the homeowner grant is set from the ministry, and BC Assessment is not part of that process, but what I can tell you is they try to target about 95% of the properties to receive that grant. In essence, all of the total roll totals went down in the province, so therefore I assume that it's correlated with that.
So it's safe to say that this change in homeowner grant is probably primarily felt here in the city of Vancouver, maybe West Vancouver, and similar high-value assessments.
Yeah, some of those properties may not even meet that threshold because their assessments may be over that threshold level.
Okay. And I was happy to hear you talk about reference the community gardens along with the property class 8. You mentioned that the parks and gardens have to be open to public. So that's a very strict criteria. So I see a lot of these assessments for community gardens and development sites that aren't actually open to the public. You need a key to access them. And
yeah, sometimes they have, they're open to the public, and they may have restricted hours in that, but as long as there's some signage that is allowed to be open to the public, it would fall in the Class 8 regulation.
We do inspections on our October 31st state and condition date of all of these properties and take photos and verify that they are open to the public as of our evaluation date.
Well, and hopefully our staff are coming back with some recommendations around how we can permit these uses at a city level to make sure that they are indeed meeting those sort of criteria. Similarly, on the property class 8 with nonprofits, where do Legions fall in on this? I'm hearing a lot from Legion Halls that they're feeling unduly burdened by increasing assessments, and they feel that the taxes are going to kill them.
A portion of these Legions do qualify under Class 8 as long as they have a set-aside meeting spaces up to 150 calendar days a year. And so if they meet that criteria, they would be part of that. Now, there is some Legions where there's serving of alcohol. Those portions where there's sales of alcohol would not qualify.
Interesting. Okay, so where we typically think of Legion Halls as the bar, that part actually doesn't qualify, so the square footage applies there. Okay, that's very interesting to know. Lastly, I've been communicating with a local small business owner, and they're downtown Vancouver under a DD zone, and there's considerations around a potential rezoning, and their landlords have informed them that their property tax will go up significantly. Can I get some clarification that change in assessment that would trigger an increase in property class would only happen if we granted a rezoning, and at the moment the rezoning has been approved on council level, even though the change of use hasn't happened and the development permit hasn't been issued, the assessment goes up?
Depends on how the market will reflect that property, in the sense of if a willing purchaser is willing to pay X amount of dollars for that property, knowing that it has that potential, it's going to fall down to what's the highest and best use of that property and what the market value of that property will be at the time.
So, but just to be clear though, because it's the same owner that's not changing hands, they're, I think, going to apply for a rezoning, and I just want some clarification on behalf of this small business owner that as soon as a rezoning is approved here at City Council, that will immediately change the assessment for that following tax year?
More than likely, because it will have a higher use potential, and the market will pay more for a property that has.
Okay, that's mostly what I thought. It's just a validation of my thought. Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate the time.
Thanks very much, Councillor DeGenova. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I have so many questions. Thank you for the presentation, very thorough presentation. My first question is regarding community garden use of properties, and especially in looking at properties in the city of Vancouver and the way that a property owner may apply for that exemption or change of use through BC assessment, is my understanding. It's my understanding that with our empty homes or our vacancy tax that we have here, that vacant land that doesn't have any way of renting home or commercial space on it currently would be subject to the vacancy tax unless it was a community garden. However, it's my understanding that the property owner has to go through the province and specifically through BC assessment. So I was just hoping you could tell me how difficult that process is and if there is a specific cost to that process. What would the timeline be for someone to apply for that process?
So the process is for community gardens, we're looking at the actual use of the property as of October 31st. Our staff will go out there and inspect the property and see if it meets the prescribed regulations of Class 8, whether it's open to the public, has signage. If that is all in place, our appraisers would go out there and put that in the Class 8. So there is no regulation of applying for a community garden unless it's within the municipal bylaws.
Well, I understood from our staff that there were measures that property owners could take, but it was through BC assessment. And because we so rarely get to hear from you, I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask the question here.
Yeah, you're right. It's an interesting sort of dichotomy in a way, because an owner can make the requisite changes to their property. And typically when they're doing that process, it's for very specific reasons, because they want to change their classification. And they notify us, and we go and look at those properties, and we go through a series of tests. And if the property meets all the tests that we apply to determine whether it should be in Class 8, we will indeed classify it as Class 8. It doesn't require a formal application process, and interestingly, neither does it require a sort of approval from the city in terms of a change of use.
I have one more question. So I do appreciate that, and I will follow up by email, but just really quickly, is there a specific number of years or a tenure you expect with that type of designation or classification?
No, we'll go and review them every year. Some of them are in and out in 1 year, in a 12-month cycle. Others have been there now for probably 10 years.
Thanks so much. The other question I have is regarding looking at ways to provide relief, not only to small business or what we call legacy businesses, but also to nonprofit organizations that don't own their land. So nonprofit organizations that are registered charities that are providing a benefit in the community can apply for property tax exemption. However, if they don't own their space and they rent their space, the owner of that space who's renting to them gets no exemption. I was wondering if at all BC Assessment had considered or had had any consultation with municipalities on ways that this could possibly be extended to nonprofits through a grant of some sort, that they would receive a grant. It just seems that unless you own your land, you're not able to benefit from that exemption.
You're right in as much that ownership criteria is the first test that has to be met. There is no sort of proposal to change that, as far as I'm aware, although this new legislation around potential tax relief for small businesses, non-profits, and arts and cultural may bring some relief in that form.
They would have to own their property. Is that correct?
We don't know if that's going to be a qualifying criteria for this new interim legislation yet.
Okay.
But right now they do. There is one wrinkle I should point out to you, that if a property is owned by a charitable institution, there is a provision in the Vancouver Charter that they can lease that property to another nonprofit. And that second nonprofit, who is the occupier or the tenant, there will still be some exemptions apply to them. So that's something
Thank
that
you.
might be something to
I
look
may
at.
have some follow-up questions I'll send through our staff.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. And Councillor Wiebe.
Thank you very much. A few quick questions. There was a graph that you had there that showed province-wide the increase in the number of, I don't know if you can go back to the presentation at all. It was fairly early on. It showed the number on the residential side of the number of new buildings, dwelling units, by province. It was province-wide. Perhaps, no, it was definitely province-wide, and it was
number of properties?
Yes, number of properties. Early on in the presentation, it was one of the, that one. Is it possible to get something like that for the City of Vancouver more specifically that we could see?
Sure, we'll have that passed on to the staff and forward it on.
So yeah, that would be two requests in addition to the question. Would it be possible to get this for the City of Vancouver? And I'd also like to see how the increases have been, again, really going back over a longer period of time, say to 2000, up to 2010, up to 2020, because we're really just looking at what's happened in the last 5 years, and that doesn't, to me, paint a full picture. So I want to be able to contrast that to other factors like population growth and housing starts and things of that nature. One of the things that you commented on was the fact that folks that have lived in their house for over 10 years can appeal to or ensure that their increases are treated differently, because the intent, I would surmise, is that they want to stay in their homes and it's not being used on a speculative basis. Could you talk a little bit about the criteria that are used to determine that?
Provision in the Act is called Section 19A. It allows, if you've been living in your home for 10 years or more, and the property is at a higher and better use, we would assess those properties at what a current residential home would be, instead of the higher use potential.
And the process for that is that so the owner has to live and occupy for at least 10 years. Every year they have to fill out a declaration as well and submit that to BC Assessment, and then we will review that on a year-to-year basis.
So what is the benefit to that individual then?
So it allows us to assess the property at its current use. So an example would be, say you lived on a large lot that could be subdivided. So typically a subdividable lot would be worth more than, say, if that lot could not be subdivided. But by filling out a Section 19.8 declaration, we would be able to assess that property as just one large lot and ignore the possibility of subdivision. So it provides for a lower assessed value for the homeowner.
The point I'm getting at. So it's a lower assessed value. Then how does that work in terms of the mill rate? I'm ultimately trying to get at what the individual is paying in property taxes at the lower rate of a residential use rather than highest and best use. What are the implications?
It's still a Class 1 residential use. It's more of just a difference in assessed value, overall assessed value.
For instance, if your higher use potential is worth $3 million and your current residential value is only worth $1 million, the current use value would be at that $1 million, and you'd be taxed based on that $1 million.
Okay, so it's a better deal for the taxpayer is what I'm getting at if they're long-term owners.
Yeah, it's important to note there that the valuation and the classification are completely separate concepts. So the classification is based on the actual use of that property.
So is it correct that 2016 was really at the peak of the increases that we've seen in property assessments? Is that the top of the chart?
Depending on the product type, yeah. I mean, the single family market definitely peaked a little bit earlier than the strata residential, but yeah. So I'd say 2016 was about the peak for single family, and then I believe it was first quarter 2018. I believe it was for the strata.
But if we were to go back to 2000, say, and track that, what we would have seen was incremental growth, and then it started to become exponential. So it went from 1 million to 2 million to 3 million to 4 million.
We're just at the 5.
In a fairly quick succession of time.
I'd have to go back and look at the data again to see, but I mean, there are times throughout history where there have been events where we've seen pretty significant spikes, but as I mentioned, in the last 20 years, this is the first time that overall the value's actually gone down.
Right. So
thanks very much.
The gold rush is over.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have a few questions. One would be, it looks like about 27% of the non-residential properties have gone up over 10%. So I'm wondering, do we have a map of where those hot zones are for 5-year averaging?
We could provide that to
Yeah.
Pass that over.
Okay. Yeah.
On our website, you can drill down to the neighborhood levels, which will show the average increase by property class in those neighborhoods.
So we'll know kind of this little commercial district has gone through a hot zone, and we're now seeing, because there's significant increases in some areas, and obviously there's a nice flattening out, but there's still 27% over 10%, still significant. So I'm just wondering if we knew what kind of communities are being hit in the commercial side of it.
We'll provide that information.
Perfect. Second one, I guess a follow-up on Hardwicks. The 19.8 section, how many properties do we normally see on a yearly basis would fall under that? Is it significant? Is there a good uptake on that?
There is a good uptake, especially in some of the corridors where the redevelopment, but we can't provide the exact number to city staff.
Okay, and then on the Section 219 covenant, are we seeing that being utilized more for what we talked about with the nonprofits or different cultural groups? Are we seeing that covenant used more to try to find ways to ensure that some of our cultural heritage components are being preserved, or is it something we're not seeing uptake on?
In general, 219 covenants has to be enacted between the property owner and the City of Vancouver for a public good. So I think the majority of the nonprofit, they actually resided in, or currently residing in, as a renter. So the property owner may not want a 219 covenant to encumber their development potential and a timeline. So this is something that we have been looking into. But as a tool, it can actually bring down the assessed value depending on what the limitations we put on for development potential.
So we haven't seen any owners start to utilize that tool?
No, because I think, to be honest, property owners, they typically want to help their nonprofit tenants. But at the point when we talk about 219, what kind of encumbrance, what time limitation, that actually impacts the property owner's timing of redevelopment and also maybe sale of the property. So that's kind of like a fine balance.
Okay. And then my final question, for the non-residential, obviously we're seeing a lot of small business having some pretty high taxation. 36% around, from your graph, of non-residential is being non-assessed, or what the comment was? It's being waived, is that the term? Is being exempt. So it's a pretty significant amount, 36% of non-residential properties are being exempt. Is that majority of those?
Sorry, where was that?
So we're on total tax roll versus taxable roll value for, So on this chart, it shows the non-residential valuation of $129 billion, and $46 billion of it is being exempt. So it's a pretty significant amount, about 36%. Is that normal for a city, or are we seeing higher valuations because we have?
That's just not commercial properties. So non-residentials could be schools, it could be
schools, parks,
municipal-owned properties, some of the crown properties that are exempt. So that includes all property types that have exemptions on that.
Okay. Is that a high amount normally or no?
I think that the number has hasn't really changed very much. And interestingly, a couple of years ago, I did a little comparison to look at some of the other lower mainland municipalities just to see if Vancouver was an outlier, but it wasn't. It pretty much lined up with where everybody else is. And because a lot of those exemptions are statutory, that would make sense. All hospitals, all schools, all of those type of properties are going to be exempt regardless of which jurisdiction you're in.
Okay, perfect. I guess we'll follow up. The change of use, do we have kind of a chart of how many change of uses were from going from a residential property to a park or garden or any other types of changes? Do we see those on the assessment? Like, is there a role that you guys have that you could send to the city on how many properties went through a change of use?
We can send that to the municipal staff. We do send out early notification letters to any property owners that have changed in property class.
Yeah.
But for an exact number, we could provide that report to the staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in today and shedding some light on that often mysterious process. So thanks for that. And just a reminder to council, there is, I did speak to the minister. There is legislation coming. However, of course, it's illegal to show us the text of the legislation before it's tabled in the legislature. So although there'll be input by our staff and others, we won't actually know the text of what's happening until it hits the floor of the legislature. Is there anything else you'd like to add to that at all? About the process? No. Okay, great. Thanks very much for coming in this afternoon. Thank you. Okay, Council. We're at 10 to 11, and we are on to unfinished business. The item of unfinished business today is, just going to check 1 second here. Okay, great. Thanks. So what we're looking at now is the City of Vancouver responsible divestment from fossil fuels. On November 27th at the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities, the committee referred debate and decision on the motion moved by Councillor Carr entitled, quote, the City of Vancouver responsible divestment from fossil fuels, to the council meeting today as unfinished business. If there are questions, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Carr. Right, and in this case, the questions, just 1 second. Sorry, Council, I misread the script. We're just into debate and decision at this point. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor for up to 5 minutes. Point of information. Okay, so points of information, as we'll find as we go along here, that I've been actually doing those incorrectly. With the point of information, you cannot interrupt the speaker that has the floor. You have to wait for you to be on the queue. However, points of order you can ask interrupting the speaker. So, Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if this motion was indeed in order, as I understand from correspondence the council has received from staff that staff is doing a lot of this work already, and just considering our the other ways we've considered motions and redundancy, not in being that it's not valid, but if our staff is already doing this work, I think it's important to note that.
So just to reiterate, you're asking me to rule
I'm asking you to rule if it's in order for that reason.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll be right back to council and then start with Councillor Kirby-Yung. Great, so thanks for the question. And the ruling is that this is in order, although council has worked on small bits of divestment in this area. There's not a comprehensive plan that's come forward, as is suggesting here. So we'll proceed with debate and decision on with Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have submitted a number of amendments, and I am glad that point of order was asked, because I had the same question if that makes A redundant now, since city staff have advised they're doing the work. But I'll deal with the amendments I've submitted first. And that council should have those, and the clerk should have them. I'll just wait for those to come up on screen. Great. So the amendments are to strike D, and the spirit behind striking D, which asks to task the Vancouver Economic Commission to do this, is several-fold. I think it's recognizing that the Economic Commission is going through a bit of a metamorphosis and a transformation currently. There's some change happening, as people are aware, with regards to management VC, but also importantly broadly at Metro Vancouver with the Regional Prosperity Initiative. And I think that there's such a lot of work that needs to be done there that I really want to see the Economic Commission focusing on developing that broader opportunity and specific economic opportunities for Vancouver. And I feel that this extends sort of beyond the purview when we're getting into how private business are disclosing. So that's the spirit behind D. In E, there is an addition simply to add evaluating the benefit and costs of the City of Vancouver and Vancouver Economic Commission participating. I think in the spirit of just full transparency and disclosure of information to the public, I think that's a good practice for us to do that whenever we're bringing forward motions from councillors, that we're aware of what the associated costs are. And then the other part of the amendment is to strike paragraph H as it's written with an updated version. And again, this really speaks to building a base level of knowledge, because this is new for this council, and all this council has unanimously supported a climate emergency, which we have all embraced. This council has not been briefed on the Global Green New Deal, and nor have we had a discussion about having the mayor sign the C40 pledge on behalf of Vancouver. So the spirit of this amendment is that I would like to receive a briefing that comes in the report back that the motion asked for on the Global Green New Deal, the benefits of that, challenges that we will need to consider as we're making city plans going forward. And also, again, too, I think in the spirit of transparency and understanding what costs are associated with councillor motions, any participation costs and resources that will be required to do that if council takes that decision to sign the pledge, consistent with our previous decision on climate emergency. So those are the amendments.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for? Okay, seconder. We'll move over to the amendment queue now. I have Councillor Dejanova on the amendment queue. Okay, thanks. Up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do support these amendments. I think that it's really important that we consider what work is already being done. As you said in your ruling, Mr. Mayor, been to this amendment specifically, I think that this addresses some of my concerns, which is what are we already doing? What is this asking us to do that we're not doing? And how are we considering that? And I'm just, it's top of mind because we just went through the budget process. So if this goes above and beyond, and I understand it's unfinished business, this one is coming, but if this goes above and beyond what we're already doing, and I do feel that we have not only made a commitment, but we're going to do more than perhaps previous councils in making sure that we don't just talk about it, but that we make sure we're walking the walk. And that's important to me because as I see, and city manager will remember that in inquiries, I in fact asked specifically about why my garbage bin was removed and said Greenest City 2020 and then came back, got a brand new garbage can. There was nothing wrong with the last one that said Greenest City. So I think instead of talking about how we're doing this and when we're doing it by, we do the best we can right now. And it's about the actions that we are taking and the change that we're actually making to make sure that we combat climate change and that we adapt and make sure that that's top of mind to us. And I appreciate the amendments put forward by Councillor Kirby-Yung. I think that it will involve council and give us more chances to consult throughout this process, and also put a lens on the cost, which I think is fair because that's happened with just about every motion I've seen come forward. Either the member council member themselves putting that in the motion or that being amended into the motion. So for that reason, I will support this amendment, and I feel that this would give me the comfort that I need to support the motion. So I do hope it will be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I support the second change in E, and cost. I think that's a reasonable request for staff to report back on what the costs are of a trip to that meeting of the C40 on investment and divestment. On the first amendment, though, I don't support that first amendment, and I don't support that first amendment because I believe that the Vancouver Economic Commission has actually provided some leadership in this regard. They actually have been working with the broader community, and especially those businesses that are interested in being leaders in terms of climate responsibility and divestment from fossil fuels. They are a hub of receiving information from the outside community. So, for example, they were recently contacted by the mayor's office in New York City and people in their finance department about this motion, and have arranged for a call with me and with our staff in the finance department around this. So I think that they are doing really good work, and I wouldn't want to see that work hampered. This is just to continue to support their continued work. And the third one, I don't support that either, and that's because I did circulate to all of you a link to the press release that came out of the last C40 meeting in Europe. We did not have political representation there, so we weren't able to sign the deal at that time. We are a member of the C40. Every single C40 city that was there signed this agreement, and the agreement is not out of sync with what we are currently doing. The first part, as I say, I sent some notes to you, but the first part of that Green New Deal, it's very clear, it's written in the memo, you can see it, or in their press release, you can see it all. It's to simply recognize a climate emergency. We've done that. The second part is to aim to keep through reducing emissions, global temperature rise to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade. That figure is the one that has driven the numbers in the climate emergency motion that we unanimously passed a year ago. It's actually January 2019. The third part is to put climate action at the center of decision-making, including around social justice and those who are hardest hit by the climate emergency, those who live in poverty, looking at elements like food security. And the fourth is to invite partners to collaborate with us, which I'm sure we're all supportive of. So it's really the fact that I believe we are already doing this, and we don't want to send a signal to the world that all of a sudden we're stepping back from that commitment by questioning whether or not we should sign on to the deal that the other C40 cities have.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Just before I have to sort something out, Council, before I get to Councillor Dominato's question. I'll be right back to you. Thanks, Council. Sorry about that. On to Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, one moment. I'm just going to speak specifically to the amendments, and sorry, I'm just trying to pull them back up right now. Just to the striking of D, I support this, and the reason being is that it's specifically asking that we task and resource the Vancouver Economic Commission to do further work with the private sector in this area. And to be perfectly frank, we already resourced the VEC to the tune of $3 million. And so to be adding additional funds just on the heels of a budget where we're struggling to bring down property tax and weren't able to bring it down significantly, I think to be adding more money to the VEC to support this work, and particularly to be supporting the private sector in doing this work, when in fact the private sector could actually be undertaking this work, and I think is already. I have indicated to Councillor Carr that I didn't support this, and I can't support that. I think the addition of looking at the benefit and the costs to participating in the C40 forum is wise. And similarly to Councillor Kirby-Young, I would really appreciate a briefing and to understand the Global Green New Deal and the implications for us in adopting that. So I support the amendments that are proposed on the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
I certainly don't want to rehash too much of what's been already articulated by Councillor Carr. I will be, I'd like to see this amendment severed. I do appreciate the second amendment in here. I do want to bring everybody's attention back to the therefore be it resolved preamble, which asks council to direct staff to review and report back on the following items. There's no hard money ask for VEC here. There's no real suggestion of how we're resourcing VEC or funding VEC. It's a request for a report back. And as far as the C40 commitments, we are a C40 city. We've made commitments to that end. We have been pursuing this. This is consistent with the climate emergency, with the goals that we've put forward. I find this is just a little bit obstructionist when we start getting into the meat of some of this amendment. So I'll support the second, but not the other two. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, 3 minutes left.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I think this is very democratic. I don't think it's obstructionist, but I just remembered the fact that we all had the opportunity to visit the VEC with our mentors, or as mentors with our mentees, through the Women for Politics program. And in fact, I specifically remember a part of that presentation, VEC staff talking to us about green business certifications and how they're already working with local businesses on, for instance, I believe that one of the certifications, and looking back at my notes, was the Green C certification. So I know they're already doing this. They provided to those of us who attended with our mentees information on that. So if they're already doing this, first of all, we're not asking them if they can do this. If they are doing this, we instead are prescribing them to do something that I myself and maybe some of my colleagues had also heard they were already doing. So I would then ask that D be called out of order for that very reason, that they are already doing this, and we have received a briefing straight from them on that.
Yeah, I have made my ruling on this, so that the motion is in order. So we'll continue on. But
I understand the motion is it's just section D specifically, Mr. Mayor, and you did say some of the work was being done. I happen to know that they've reported to us that they do have ways to connect local businesses. So
I've reviewed it, and my ruling was the entire motion, so it is in order. I did have another conversation with the city manager about this, and I'm...
Thanks. I know we're still trying to level set the pieces on redundancy, and I appreciate that and appreciate your opinion on that. But for that reason, I do think that it's important to Councillor Dominato's point that we don't task them with more work. And I feel that without speaking to them or requesting that they do this, if they're not doing it already, that it would seem that we are prescribing to them to do something that they may be quite surprised to hear that we don't know they already are doing. So that's a concern of mine. And in inquiries later on today in council, I'll be asking about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually do have a point of information.
Okay.
And that is if H passes unamended, or would we still be able to receive a briefing on the Global Green New Deal through you to city manager?
Absolutely. I'm
right.
sure
So we seem to have some questions around that particular.
We could make sure we have a staff council briefing on
in
that.
short order, perhaps. Yeah.
We can see how quickly we could do it. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm supportive of striking D. I too feel that the VEC is well resourced, and I do think local businesses are focusing here. And I think as a city, if we're participating as we are, local businesses will take it upon themselves to participate, and there's a lot of other options, but I think specifically tasking Vancouver Economic Commission at this time may not be the wisest use of resources and priorities at this time, given that the balance of the resolutions in this motion really do set a strong path forward. And so I'm not going to be, I am supportive, of course, of the change of E, which is to add benefit and also cost. I think that's a wise addition. And then finally, being part of C40, this seems to me that as a city that participates with this group, we ought to be all in or out. And so I think I appreciate the measured pragmatic response or amendment proposed by Councillor Kirby-Yung. However, I think that it's wise to move ahead with signing this and request that we do receive a briefing on the broader impacts, benefits, challenges, and things like that the city would be participating in. But likely we're not going to, I don't feel we will hear something that would preclude us or have us not want to participate fully in this. So I'm going to be supportive of the first two amendments, but not the third. So I also request that we strike.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Just hearing the dialogue in the chamber, I just want to provide some further comments on H. And I think it is written very differently, following up on Councillor Bly's point of information. And while, yes, it says, therefore be it resolved that staff report back, this clause currently, as originally submitted by the mover, is written for immediate action that the mayor immediately sign. And I think it's a process of good governance that before making a significant decision for the city like that council do receive a briefing, not after. And so I just wanted to sort of add that to the conversation and clarify. And I think it's also really important that all of council be able to stand behind something and understand what that commitment is. I don't want us to be in a situation like some of the news coverage recently related to the City of Vancouver's greenest city, when we have staff doing interviews because we haven't met those targets and staff were quoted saying, well, those are just aspirational. Or to be one of those councils that says, well, we're going to solve homelessness by 2015. Oh, that was just aspirational. If we're going to make a commitment, I want to have a briefing first to make an informed decision and know that we can really put our muscle and our weight behind achieving it and what those specific requirements are going to be for Vancouver. And I just think that that's good governance. I just want to add that perspective to the conversation because I think this part of the motion is very action-oriented, whereas the rest of it relates more to report back. Thank you.
Thanks, and that's it for debate and discussion on this amendment. So we'll vote on this now, and there was a request to sever. So perhaps if we could just scroll up on the screen there, clerks, we would start with striking D would be our first vote. The addition of and costs would be our second vote, and then we would vote on clause H third. So we go to D first. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that has passed. So that clause has been struck with Councillor Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, and Carr in opposition. Now we're moving to vote on E. That's passed unanimously. And finally on H. Could you just scroll up there, clerk, so we can see what we're... Thanks very much. So H would be striking H and replacing it with the text below. And that has failed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. What a privilege. Okay, would you like to change how you voted? I can check with clerks. Just a second, please. Do it again if you like. So we're going to revote on H, which is to strike, the proposal is to strike H and replace it with the below text. So if council can vote now. And that is Councillor Dominato. I need you to vote on that one. Thanks very much. So that has failed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Okay. Thanks very much. So we're back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have 2.5 minutes left. Anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I made my comments.
Made your points? Okay, great. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've submitted an amendment to A, Clause A.
Okay.
Sorry, clerks, I just sent an updated version. I missed a word. Hopefully you got that. And it's simply to strike A and replace it, because the resolution is that, as Councillor Fry pointed out, that City Council directs staff to review and report back on the following items. And so I've asked that they report back on the city's responsible investing program, including specifically further divestment options and timelines that build on divestment measures taken to date, as well as leading practices related to fossil fuel investment portfolios. This flows from the fact that we've received a memorandum only just this morning on this subject, and so I think it would be fitting if we could get, as opposed to directing staff to potentially come back with a plan, it sounds like they do have a plan in place and that they're working on that, so they would simply come back and give us a briefing, report on the responsible investing program as it is described in here, and the city manager can certainly correct me if I've got that wrong. And I think it still addresses the spirit of the motion, which is wanting to look at further divestment options and timelines. And so I just want to ensure that we're having our staff focused. It seems that they already have a plan in place, and I don't want to have them coming back with another plan. There's a lot of work that goes into having developed public policy strategies over my career. A lot of time gets put into those. So if we already have a plan in place, it'd be great to have a report on that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to the amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, I have you on the queue, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I will briefly speak to this, and I think that this really hits the point that I was trying to make. It's important that we know what our staff are already doing, as we've spoken about in many different ways on many different motions here in the chamber. How do we know what to task them with if we're not sure what they're doing on this? Usually through the staff motion, the council motion process, we get some of that feedback. I understand that our staff can talk about what they're doing. Right now, we don't know what VEC is doing. And I'd also like to know, I know that this was brought up in a previous term of council. I appreciate Councillor Carr's initiative and leadership in bringing this forward. But I do think it's important to separate out what have we been doing with what are we doing. And I think that that's really important. I would want to know what I was signing before I sign something also. And I think that it will just make us more informed. And then if and when we do sign the Green New Deal, we can truly do so knowing exactly what we're signing. And we can stand together on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, I've just got a problem here with the mic. I don't know why it's not advancing.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I can't support this.
Locked.
I think I appreciate the intent, but I want to acknowledge that that really the commitment is completely watered down in this amended language. We've lost completely the direction for staff to report back on how the city could fully divest from fossil fuels. I don't see that language at all in this new amendment. In fact, it really sort of waters down that commitment, and I think the commitment in and of itself is that's expressed in A is the most important part of this motion, and we're committing to fully divesting from fossil fuels, how we can do it, and that's the request we're putting of staff, and I think that is paramount to this motion, so I can't support this amendment. Thanks.
Thanks. Just having a little problem with my screen here. Councillor Carr will come right to you after. it's locked up. It's just frozen. We'll just turn your mic on and time it up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I agree with the statement just made that this is a amendment is a watered down version by removing the words fully divest. And I think that really, if the concern is whether or not we are giving a totally new direction or asking staff to continue on in a direction, the motion as it stands already says that. The motion as it stands talks about building on divestment measures taken to date. So yes, we have done some things. We are doing them as we speak, probably, but we have not got there yet. And full divestment includes not just divestment from direct investments, but it does include things like dealing with the banks that we bank with. And this is the kind of work that our finance department staff are asking us to support them in doing, but they haven't yet got direction from us to do. So I will be not supporting the amendment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr. Council, just so you know, my screen's totally locked here, so I'm just going to have to do things manually until IT comes. So we have Councillor Kirby-Yung next for up to 5 minutes, and I'll just be timing you and give you some. Yeah, Councillor Swanson, just a second.
I'm trying to get on the list and it won't work.
Okay, yep. So we've got technical problems. I'll try to just do it manually. Councillor Swanson, you'll be after Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes. Thanks. Yeah, we've got some kind of big problem. I don't know if we could just kind of.
I'll just go then. I just wanted to.
Please go ahead up to 5 minutes, and then if you just by show of hand, who wants to go, and I'll take a list. So I've got Councillor Swanson. Oop, now my screen's totally off. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay. I just want to kind of keep some integrity around this conversation because I know we had a lot of discussion recently around priorities and that with the budget process and really utilizing staff time wisely. And I think when it's very clear that the city's already doing a lot of things, we want to be clear acknowledge the work they're already doing and what additional work is to be done. So I just, in speaking to this amendment that brought forward by Councillor Dominato, I do support it. I want to read this for the record, for everybody's benefit, so everybody has clear information what the city is already doing, which, in my view, is a lot is already being covered that the motion is asking for. And the memorandum that Council received says, this memorandum is an update of the city's continuing commitment to be a leader in investing and supporting external partners on initiatives to allow other municipalities to participate in responsible investing. Below are some highlights. It goes on to say, for example, the result of this collaboration is that the Municipal Finance Authority is proposing to create a new MFA short-term bond with a fossil fuel screen. So whereas I recognize in B it's asking opportunities to engage the Finance Authority to create it, yet the memo is saying is that MFA is already proposing that. The memo goes on to say, the city will demonstrate a leadership role at directing investments into this new fund with an investment of up to $50 million, which will enable other smaller municipalities to participate. So again, that relates to B, that's being done. But specifically with A, and it talks about what is already happening. So let's be very clear. The memo says, subject to the Vancouver Charter and consistently applying a conservative investment approach over the past decades, the city's investment portfolio does not have direct investment exposure to the fossil fuel sector. As such, divestment is not applicable for the city's portfolio. So I think we want to be very clear and looking at these amendments with sort of a critical eye to recognizing the work that's already been done, honoring and appreciating our staff for the leadership that Vancouver has already shown, and trying to really zero in on what additional work is left to be done so that we are not conveying the impression that this has not happened yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Swanson next, followed by Councillor Boyle and Dominato. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we have a climate emergency. We have 12 feet of snow in Newfoundland. We have Australia burning up. We have islands being swallowed up by rising sea levels. So I don't think this is a time for more studying. And we need to fully divest as soon as possible. So I do not support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, and I'll echo that. I appreciate the strong language that was in the original motion. I am glad to have the memo that we all got last night or today. It's helpful to see that update. And absolutely, this is an issue we should continue to push forward. I don't see the original language as creating a whole entire new plan separate from the work that's been underway, but to continue to push it. And Councillor Carr has been vocal on this for many, many years, and I am very comfortable supporting her original language and continuing to move that forward. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Oh, looks like it's working now. Councillor Dominato.
I'm just sending an amendment to the amendment. So, one moment. Thanks. I'll put myself back on the queue after Councillor Carr.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I believe I have a few minutes. I didn't take my whole 5, and I'd like to ask a point of information.
Okay.
If I could ask the city manager to perhaps respond to the comments made by Councillor Kirby-Yung around the language that was in the memo from Patrice MP and just about, are we doing everything and is divestment no longer an issue because we're doing it?
Okay, so one more time, just to have a specific question, I'd like the city manager to I don't think it's appropriate to respond directly to Councillor Kirby-Young's question, but to a specific question from yourself.
Sure. To explain whether or not we are currently doing everything around divestment that we need to be doing.
Okay, perhaps take it from there.
Give it a shot, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you.
Or shot, rather. The short answer is no. We have had a couple of motions over the last decade that have given us some intermittent direction, which we've intermittently pursued. And as the memo, we wanted to send the memo today to outline kind of where we're at on that work so that council has a level playing field and understanding, particularly given that a lot of the work was in the last council's term. But the bottom line is we don't have a plan. We don't have agreed upon definitions. We don't have clarity of what the next steps might be or what the priorities should be. We haven't really done a lot of benchmarking of what other places are doing. We certainly haven't looked at credit cards, banks, and the other things that we could be doing beyond kind of the direct investment into fossil fuel companies, which, as we said, we're not pursuing. So I hope that answers the question. The bottom line is we've done intermittent work, and we don't currently have a plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, you still have 3 minutes left. Anything else?
I've already spoken, so that was just a question, point of information.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just sent in an amendment to the amendment. To the clerks, you may just have to, I wasn't able to sever out the section I've added, so I bolded it. Hopefully you can see the change in what I just sent you. Just to address, I think, the concerns I heard from Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry, because Councillor Carr, I think, knows I've been supportive of this motion from the beginning, and I've indicated that to her. But again, back to sort of, and now obviously, thank you to our city manager for clarifying the information we received in the memo this morning. That certainly helps to understand, because certainly the way I was reading the memo is that there was a full plan in place and actions underway. So I have proposed an amendment. And are you able to bring that up? Oh yeah, you've got it there. So it would be to include, as part of staff reporting back on the responsible investing program, that they include additional options and timelines for fully divesting of fossil fuels that build on the existing measures, and appreciate that we've had some clarification this morning that we don't have a full-out plan. So I think this might address that and address the spirit of Councillor Carr's motion.
Okay, thank you. We need a seconder for this one. Okay, we've got a queue. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I very much appreciate Councillor Dominato for aiming to try and find wording that can receive support. I'm still, however, and especially since the city manager responded to my question, I'm still not satisfied with the fact that this amendment to the amendment, although it deals with fully divesting, I appreciate that. but that the whole of the amendment does not deal with the creation of a plan and the plans needed. So it's, so it only goes part way there. It doesn't go the full way there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of information, and I'll ask it through you. I would hope that the information could come from the city manager. And that is looking at our budget and some of the points in our budget specifically related to, and I understand I could vote on this, I chose not to in previous budgets, but the Vancouver Police Department fleet, we spent millions of dollars in new vehicles that are, in fact, powered by fossil fuel. I'm just wondering about the ramifications that a decision like this could have on what we've already passed in our budget. I would expect that electric vehicles or changing a fleet, redesigning that, could be prohibitive and expensive beyond what the city can do. So I just need to understand the implications as to whether or not passing this amendment, because I think that if this amendment did not pass, I would have huge concerns with the ramifications on the budget. So my question specifically is, could this cause damage to the work that is being done in those areas and what council has planned already and approved for the fleet? Considering I looked, and I believe those were unanimous votes of council.
Okay, thank you. So a kind of broad question to the
Give an example. Manager. Thank you.
And again, my understanding is this is council directs staff to review and report back on the following items. So want to go from there?
Thanks. Through the mayor. Either the original text or the revised text, I don't see as negatively impacting past decisions that were made about the budget. I think it's telling us to do more work around this topic and report back to council. And as we report back to council, if there were any implications, that's the kind of information that we would intend to report back on.
Thank you very much.
And you still have 3 minutes. So anything else?
I just wanted to speak to that. I really do appreciate Councillor Dominato trying to work through the amendment and then providing a further change to that, for the reason that it is very important that we look at the unintended consequences of this, the cost, the procurement, what this could mean. And I think we've seen that. I mean, what we have, and I'll only speak for myself, but what I have seen is this council show a commitment to being a leader in climate adaptation and being a leader in making sure that we are doing everything we possibly can. At the same time, we have to balance that with affordability for people in our city. We have to balance that with equality. We have to balance that with the fact that we're one of the least affordable cities, and we still try and do our best. That being said, I tried to use one example of a place where I saw how we recently we've approved this. And I'm concerned what this means for procurement going forward. I'm concerned what this could mean for, an explosive budget. As the Chair of Finance and City Services, I'm very concerned about what this could mean for future costs without having that budget lens on it. And I appreciate that Councillor Boyle's previous motions have had a budget lens. So I do appreciate the new language that Councillor Dominato has brought forward, but if that does not pass, I would have some huge concerns with the unintended consequences of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
you. There is another point that I think is very critical to raise that is not in this specific amendment to the amendment nor the amendment, and that is the language around defining divestment. And I think that you might be very interested in appreciating and appreciative of the fact that defining divestment, it's a big subject out there right now, and it has to do with whether or not you're going to divest as an organization from, for example, a fossil fuel company or industry if it has any portion of its investments rather full investments or even just a portion in actual fossil fuel extraction, etc., versus whether or not you are looking at some companies that are energy companies that have some portion of their investments in fossil fuels, maybe even the bulk right now, but an increasing percentage in renewable energy, for example. So this is a debate that is a very cogent one, and to have that language not in here, along with the plan not in here, is really problematic with I think, us making good decisions and our staff making good decisions and coming back to us with a range of options around what the plan for divestment looks like for the city.
Thank you. And that's it on the speakers list. So we'll call a vote on the amendment to the amendment. And that has failed with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we'll move to back to the main amendment. Councillor Dominato, do you have anything else to add?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deschanel, anything else on the amendment?
That's a holdover.
Okay, thank you. And so we can call a vote on this amendment. We're kind of voting. Do you have a amendment to the amendment? Just waiting for Councillor Bly. This, what's highlighted in the yellow is we'd be striking A and replacing it with this if it passes. Okay, so that's failed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we're going to go back to main queue. Councillor Dominato, anything else?
Nothing further at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, and I just wanted to speak to the motion as a whole and offer some information, some new information that has come to light since I submitted this motion to all of you last fall. One piece of information that you may be interested in is that UBC in December of 2019 did commit to full divestment and a report on full divestment with an analysis to be provided back to the Board of Governors by March 31st. You probably saw that there were some students on strike, on a hunger strike around that. So the details are still to be determined and presented, but they have made that move. In January, this January 7th, the C40 group actually provided a toolkit for cities to divest with a lot of case studies, and they're really interesting case studies about how cities are managing to do their divestment plans. And it's really clear that in announcing it, they said that all of the cities that have proceeded with divestment have at minimum not been in any, it's not caused any negative financial impacts. And in many cases, they've had better returns on investment than in their previous portfolios. The third piece of information I think is very interesting. The BCGEU actually divested a few years ago, and they just let me know that they had their 2019 return on investment on their completely fossil fuel investments, and their investment portfolio yielded a return last year of 21.75%, which is well and beyond what investments in the fossil fuel industry are returning. So I think this is all good news. It's really about, I think, the moral imperative given the global climate emergency to move forward, but a fiduciary responsibility as well. This is just the time for the switches that are occurring for us to be part of that and to recognize that this is the best way forward financially and the best way forward in terms of a safe and healthy world for our children.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to add to some of those comments. So in 2014, 2015, when I was on parental leave with a newborn, I was spending most of my time doing fossil fuel divestment advocacy, particularly within faith communities. There wasn't a lot of political action on climate change at the time, and the divestment movement was a place where I really found some hope and a relief from the fear and despair I felt elsewhere. And I remember feeling that in seeing the city start to move forward in discussing this at the time. I'll also add on the fiduciary point, the United Church of Canada, where I'm a member, divested from fossil fuels in 2015, and they too have seen a higher rate of return every year since divesting than they would have received otherwise. So I think it was a smart financial decision years ago. It continues to be the way that we need to go, knowing what we know about the science of the climate emergency. And so just wanted to name that many years ago, Councillor Carr's work on this was a source of hope for me, and it means a lot to me to see it continue to move forward and to get to support it in this way.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And I won't take too much time speaking in favor of this motion as it has been proposed and as it stands now. I think back to past the fog of Christmas holidays and back when, before Australia was on fire, to the presentation we had from Mr. Paul Finch from the BCGEU, and he was talking quite compellingly about how the divestment that the BCGEU undertook has actually been quite beneficial to their bottom line, and as Councillor Carr just alluded, it's actually been a benefit to their members and their financial bottom line. So I don't think divestment's a scary thing. As we look through the news, increasingly more and more financial institutions, universities, and cities are all divesting from fossil fuels. In fact, it seems like it may well be a prudent approach to divest from fossil fuels before everybody starts divesting from fossil fuels and we get stuck with a turkey. So, I appreciate the fact that, again, this is a request for staff to report back on what this looks like as well. We're not committing to a lot of the stuff that's in here. We're asking staff to report back on how we can move the dial forward and how we can divest from fossil fuels and make that commitment. And I think it's entirely consistent with the commitments that we, as this new council, have made as far as a climate emergency and as far as this is an opportunity for us to actually put our money where our mouth is, and I think this is the right thing to do. And I'm, again, as Councillor Boyle alluded, I've been inspired by Councillor Carr's work on this file for many years, and I'm really happy to be here and support this very appropriate move at a very timely juncture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor D'Amarato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll also keep my comments brief. Thank Councillor Carr for bringing forward the motion. As I've indicated earlier, very supportive of these efforts, and I think that where sometimes we diverge is just around how we approach it, and I think we're just trying to be very conscious of our public resources, but in particular more around our staff resources and staff time. And so when we start to talk about, okay, are we having them bring forward a plan versus are we having them just report back on some options around what's already being done? Perhaps it's just splitting hairs, it feels like it at times. But I think it's important work. I don't think there's anything to be feared, as Councillor Fry says. I think that this is the direction we're moving in across the world. And climate change is serious. I don't think there's anyone around this table, around this chambers, that would not agree with that. It is serious. We're seeing significant changes, so we do need to look at fossil fuels. Where my frustration lies is that, particularly around when we seek to get a briefing on the Green New Deal, and that obviously wasn't supported as an motion in advance of signing on. Last year in December, I brought forward a recommendation around the opioid report and us adopting recommendations related to recovery and addictions, and that was not supported by this council. And it was viewed that, well, we needed more information, we needed to have a report back. And so I just reflect that is that that is my frustration today, is that we're being asked on one hand to adopt wholesale certain things, but not other things, and not look at certain things. So I'm supportive of the motion overall, and I will not be supporting D, as I indicated earlier, because I don't think that we need to be helping the private sector further. I think that they can do that work, and it's not clear what kind of resourcing would be necessary to VEC to do that work. And so I won't be supporting Section D of the motion, but I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Oh, sure. Just 1 second. Councillor Bly?
I may be incorrect in tracking those amendments, but did D not pass as being struck?
D was struck.
Right, so D is not part of the motion going forward. Thank you.
That's right. We can clarify that when we come to the final vote. Thanks for that. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mostly just want to thank Councillor Carr for bringing this forward. I think it's really important that we divest as fast as we can. And I've been seeing places like Mark Carney from the former Bank of Canada, then Bank of England, now the EU, Forbes magazine, BlackRock, which manages $7 trillion in assets. They're all talking about climate change and how all financial decisions have to take that into account. So actually, I'm sounding like a capitalist here, which I know is unlike me, but in a way, we're just kind of jumping on a bandwagon, but I don't think we can do it fast enough, and I hope we can divest as quickly as possible. And then the next step will be stopping the subsidies to fossil fuels.
You, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Although, given my final comments already, I forgot to include the fact that I had submitted an amendment. It's a very, very simple one. There's some people that have asked me about the timeline for the report back. And so I've sent it all to you to just add in, and therefore be it resolved that City Council directs staff to review and report back, add in 2020. So I've checked that with staff. It's appropriate. They feel that there will probably be incremental reports back because there's different parts to the motion. If this motion passes, there might be a report back, on one element of the motion at one time and then throughout the year. But I'm hopeful this is not too controversial.
Second, thank you. We're on to the amendment queue. Anybody like to speak to this amendment, adding in 2020 to the first part of the therefores? If you'd like to, I can put you on there. You're ready. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I was hoping to ask a point of information through you very specifically regarding the budget, that if this is in 2020 that we are going to review and report this, I understand that really the staff workload that they already have was budgeted prior to us voting on that budget. So through you, is this something we can fit in, and if so, how? Because we've been told that we can't do anything else, and in fact, motions that we put forward this year would likely be budgeted for the following year. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is,
how can we do this in 2020, considering the budget and what we have been informed of by staff, considering staff's workload is so high that it would be very difficult to do this in 2020, is my understanding from questions to staff on many motions.
sure, so
How can we do this within our budget?
is it
Or can we?
possible to do this
Thank you.
within the existing budget that we have, at least this first review and report back?
Thanks. Through the mayor. Thank you for the question. Really like that direction. It's my understanding that the staff and treasury have the bandwidth to do this. They look at how we invest our resources. This is something that's part of their daily work, and so I don't believe that this is something that would require additional staff or would require deferring existing work. This is not a lot of work, and my understanding is that they can take it within their existing workflow. That's my understanding.
And if there was a significant impact on staff, perhaps that would be reported back to us first for additional decisions?
Yep. If there are chunks of this that are much more work, or the engagement, let's say that D were in and VEC indicated they couldn't do it, that would be part of our report back, is to say we don't have the funding or the ability to do these parts of this work.
Okay. Is that okay, Councillor Deschanova?
It is. However, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose an amendment. So I will just take my.
We're on an amendment queue.
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment. It'll just take me a quick moment to send that in.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, I can't see the amendment, though. Thank you so much.
Just the in 2020 is what we're voting on. So you'd have to add something to the in 2020.
All right, and I'm sending that in right now. So the amendment would be, and as our city manager had stated, that he thinks staff can do this, but we haven't consulted with the staff that would be doing this, if possible, in 2020. Oh, no, I tried to say add before. Sorry. My apologies, Mr. Mayor. The way I tried to explain it was add the words if possible in 2020. Like before the in 2020, I would add if possible.
Okay. So we need a seconder for this, if it's clear what we're considering here. We have a seconder for this one. I don't see a seconder, so we're... Okay, we have a seconder, so we're on the amendment queue. Anybody want to speak to if possible? Okay, I don't see that, so we can call a vote on if possible, adding if possible to this proposed amendment. Amendment to the amendment, thank you, or to the in 2020 amendment. Councillor Wiebe. Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Boyle, Swanson, Fry, and Carr. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Carr in opposition. So we're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Dejanova, you have 30 seconds. You're good. Okay, so we can have a vote on the amendment now, which reads that we're with the therefore it be resolved that City Council direct staff to review and report back, if possible, in 2020 is the amendment we're considering, if possible, in 2020 on the following items. I don't see anybody on the queue to speak, so we can call a vote on this one. Councillor Dominato. That's okay. That's passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Okay, so we're back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, anything else to add?
Good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Speaking to the main motion now, I just want to say I'm fully supportive of divestment. It makes good business sense. It actually can help with the leverage that a lot of public institutions and cities have in terms of sort of economic might and impact to actually help foster and build the green economy and make those investing choices more attractive, sort of on a more aggregate, kind of more global basis. So I really appreciate that. And I think that, when I think of it from an individual perspective, I think many of us make a lot of those decisions now in terms of our own financial choices and investments. So for that reason, I will be supporting the motion. My comments is that I hope that we can kind of elevate, this will probably be a bit of a theme that you'll hear from me this year in council. Maybe it's after New Year and it's our first kind of council meeting back after the holidays, that we can elevate the conversation to really zero in as to what those key areas are that council can focus on, where we can have the most impact, and that we are not already doing. Because I think it's really important to try to send clear and transparent information to the public and sort of say, rest assured, Vancouver's taken some leadership in this area. These are some of the things that we've already done. And yeah, these are areas that we think we still have room to work on, or that we can actually have the most impact, because we can't do everything, but we do have to determine on priorities. And so from my perspective, I think this is a very positive step, and I'm very supportive of it for the city, but I just don't want the public to walk away with a notion that this is not brand new. This is not something that's happened today as a result of sort of one conversation at council, but this is a direction that the city has already undertaken, and is already moving down the road on. And it's actually very heartwarming to see some of the information back from staff about the fund that's already being proposed to create by the Municipal Finance Authority, and a lot of the sort of the lack of exposure that we have already in the city's investments. So I hope that we can get sort of some clear information out to the public there, and sort of show this is what previous councils have done, and this is what this council is going to be building on. So I think it's really important that we become very clear and very honest about those conversations, but I do fully support divestment, and so I will be supporting a majority of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my comments high level, and in thanking Councillor Carr for bringing this motion forward. I think that the resolutions are sort of bookend the main focus here, and that's that climate action requires leadership at the local level, and we hear about this often, and we're part of the C40, so one of 96 cities that are participating in this. So in Resolution A, we're asking we're asking and directing staff to look at a plan to divest in fossil fuels. And in H, that the end of the resolutions, we're asking them to provide direction to reinvest in the green sectors. And this is to fund 3 pillars of the Global Green New Deal as defined, which is economic recovery, poverty eradication, and then reducing carbon emissions and ecosystem degradation. So I would say that as a council, we support these initiatives, and there are implications, and I trust that staff will come back in whatever format, briefing and otherwise, to best inform this council as to anything that we need to consider moving forward. But I think as a high-level direction, this is where we want to go, and we've heard that there is a strong financial business case for doing so and getting better returns on those investments overall. So I'll be supportive of the motion as amended.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I also be supportive. I really like the components that look at being aligned with the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosures. I think that's really important, that we kind of change the way we do financial modeling in municipalities across the world as we look at the issues of climate. The second, I really enjoy the Global Green New Deal pledge. I think that looking at what C40 is doing, they're doing a lot of amazing work, and I think we need to ensure that we are there at those meetings and continue to be a leader in this field. And I think a lot of the work in this motion really steps us forward. So I really appreciate coming forward, and I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's it for debate and discussion. We can call the vote now on the amended motion. Right now we'll be voting in its entirety. Okay, so I'll call the vote. We've called the vote now, so we're... Councillor Dejanova?
Fine, Mr. Mayor. My point of privilege is I can't actually see what we're voting on, and letters have changed because we did, I understand, strike D. So I hope that's a proper ask during a vote, but don't want to vote on something I can't see.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. So just let you review this for a second as the clerk scrolls it on the screen. I know we've been having some troubles with computers today, so. You had enough time to review?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. So we'll call the vote now. That's great. So that's passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. We made it right at the 12 o'clock bell. So when we come back after, so it's lunch from 12 to 1, 1 to 3 in camera. When we come back at 3 o'clock, we will be talking about the we'll have questions to staff about the referral held by Councillor Hardwick. and then on to bylaws and council member motions. Remember that we're breaking at 5 o'clock because we have public hearing starting at 6. Okay, thanks very much. We'll see you in camera at 1 o'clock. Just to refresh my memory. Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. We're going to reconvene now, and Councillor Swanson held the referral report on the simplified and expanded zoning and development regulations for passive house projects. And again, at this point, we're just deciding whether or not to refer it. Anything about the merits of the that we would ordinarily discuss at a public hearing, we shouldn't discuss here. But on the referral stuff, definitely. So I'll. Councillor Harlech, please, up to 5 minutes. I think we're...
And I'm very interested in this subject of passive houses, which is why I'm hoping for a more full briefing in the first place. But as we learned yesterday in our council staff briefing about procedure, we would expect before we go into public hearing that there has been a public process, as there would be around rezonings. And so my question to you is, has there been public consultation to date on this report?
We did not consult with the public writ large. We spoke more with industry groups that would be impacted by it. The reason we didn't engage with the public is that this is a very, very small modification to existing policy that we have in place that we have not heard concerns from the public on historically.
Well, I'm hearing concerns about from the public, which is why I'm asking the question. And it is, as I described, an area I'm interested in learning more about. So I have the couple of questions. One you've answered, and that is that we have not done public consultation around it. And as the mayor observed, I'm not able to ask questions about the report itself. So given that there has been no public consultation on this topic, and we are determining here whether it go forward to public hearing, I would like to move that we refer this back to staff for public consultation, and I would personally also like to request council have a full briefing on the subject. Thank you.
Okay, so we, just 1 second, please. So, Councillor Harvick, can I just ask for clarification here? So the purpose of a public hearing is to have public input, and so
well, that's not what we heard yesterday, sir. We heard that the report, once it has that there would be public consultation done in advance of writing the report that would then be carried forward to public hearing. You would not expect for all public input to be happening at the public hearing point any more than you would as we have, lead-ups to rezonings in similar fashion. Again, public consultation should have been reflected in the writing of the report to be carried forward.
I see, because the structure of the public hearing is in such a way that you're thinking that you would like it referred back to staff to have a much broader input that isn't ordinarily kind of accompanying a public hearing. Is that kind of what I'm...
Well, no, I'm actually saying that In order for a report to go to public hearing, the intent is that it's already gone through a process in framing that report. And as this gentleman said, they did reach out to industry for input in shaping that report, but they did not reach out to the public in shaping that report. And my point is that in order for this to go to public hearing, the former should have occurred. And for that purpose, I believe that this should be referred back to staff to undertake a public process and then bring it forward with a potentially revised report to public hearing, as would be appropriate in the protocol.
Okay. Just one more point is how would the consultation that you're envisioning that staff would do if it was referred differ than what a public hearing is already?
Well, again, the steps that we went through, I guess perhaps you weren't in the briefing yesterday, but the rest of council will recall that we had a flow chart that talked about the steps that were to lead forward. And part of that included, the public hearing is when it comes out as something that we are going to debate and deliberate and make a decision on. And
I understand. I understand the process. I'm just wondering if you can clarify for us before we vote on whether or not to refer as to how would this differ from a public hearing anyway? Are you envisioning a different public process?
No, I'm envisioning what I should say would be the normal process is that in constructing a report that there would be a public
consultation process. I have a point of order here.
Process.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
So sorry, Mr. Mayor. If you want, I put myself on the queue. I just was very aware that some of our briefings, although not in camera, contain information that may still be at a confidential level. So I'm not sure what is and what isn't at times. So I just am trying to understand that a briefing that we had yesterday was quoted and information about specific charts at that briefing.
I have no concern about that briefing and what's being discussed here in terms of violating any kind of in-camera confidence. So
we can talk about briefings on the floor of council.
You can talk about things that are just public knowledge, but you can't talk about things that are in camera. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to make a comment, but I'll ask a question out of that comment, if that's okay, to staff. So my understanding in terms of consulting the public...
Can't quite do that yet, and I'll tell you why. Because we haven't actually... This motion to refer this has not been seconded, so it's not on the floor. So we would need I just needed clarification from Councillor Harding as to what her referral would contain.
Okay.
So,
all right.
And I've received that, or an explanation. I have a seconder from Councillor Kirby-Young. So now we are on the floor, and I have you on the list to speak. Now we're in, just 1 second, please.
Right.
Just checking if we debate referrals, and we do. So, Councillor Carr, you have the floor up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe you could reset my time.
I will.
Mr. Mayor, thank you
there we
so
go.
much. Appreciate that. So my understanding around the public consultation aspect in referral to public hearing is that we don't consult with the city at large, all the public within the city, but we choose specifically appropriate public based on the sphere of influence of the decision. But very specifically, most of our rezonings are site-specific. So we consult and we have open houses posted and information sent to the households in a 2-block radius, isn't it, of around the site? Anyway, maybe that question can be answered for me. But it's a very specific area. And then those people are consulted and they can come or not come to the public hearing. But in this case, my understanding is that staff consulted with the, quote, appropriate public, which are those that have been engaged around the Passive House. We have had many previous consultations around our climate action plan and the Passive House standards and changing our building bylaw over the years that I've been on council, where the public has had involvement. So I'm just checking, basically, and my feeling generally is that a portion of the public was duly consulted, and the opportunity for all the rest of the public is at the time of the public hearing. But just seeking some clarification in that regard.
So you're correct. This is not a rezoning. It's not a geographical.
Just 1 second, please. Sorry. So taking this as a point of information through me to the city manager, and then on to other staff if you're so required.
Yep, I think Mr. Panda was just indicating there are times when we do consult the public at large. There are many, many, many technical issues like this where we would just consult with the technical members of the community that would be involved in that topic, which is what we've done here. So this is not untoward or abnormal in any way whatsoever.
Question answered? Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I was wondering, when we look at sort of policies that are going forward to public hearing, and it's not on a specific project or development, which is what I see this being, passive housing. Do we do consultation with the public before the HRA and First Shaughnessy? Did we do consultation with the public on duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes? I'm just wondering, in line with what Councillor Hardwick's asking, or maybe we didn't, because that, in fact, could be so close to the public hearing process that we weren't able to do that. I'm not sure. I'm asking through you, Mr. Mayor, as a point of information. I was trying to put my question in context as to whether or not we have done that, and that has been a practice of the City of Vancouver in the past. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you caught that. And again, we're trying to stick to the merits of what we're voting on here, which is the referral back to staff for additional input of an undisclosed nature.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, as Mr. Pender had indicated, there are times when we might have a very in-depth issue that of this nature where we would do citywide consultation because it impacts a large number of people, and the public at large in general would be interested in it. And we would use that consultation to shape our approach and to make sure people are informed and ultimately to bring recommendations to council. With smaller issues like this one that are more technical in nature and impact a very small number of people, we would engage with those folks, in this case the builders and the people that are involved in passive house construction. And we would use that to formulate our recommendations to bring it forward for referral. And then at the public hearing is a chance for the public to come out and indicate whether they support it or not. So this is very aligned with the approach that we've taken in the past for issues of technical nature like this.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Dejanova?
Another follow-up point of information, and that is specifically on this. It's proposing another way. It's not suggesting that current guidelines be taken away. That's the way that I read this report. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, if I can have Mr. Pander directly
just
respond
wanted
to
to make sure.
Great.
This is just a simplification of current zoning and development bylaw allowances that allow builders to calculate the amount of floor area taken up by extra thick walls as well as the mechanical equipment for a passive house. And what this report does is says you do no longer need to calculate that on a case-by-case basis, and staff no longer have to verify those calculations on a case-by-case. It says, oh, we've seen a number of these now. We've looked at, they typically amount to a 12 to 13% exclusion, and then we've added a modest amount, 3%, of extra allowable floor area on top of that space occupied by the equipment and walls required.
That's very detailed, but Mr. Mayor, I think I need a more simplified answer for this specifically. What I was asking through you to staff, although I appreciate all the detail in the answer, is this isn't saying that every house must be built using passive standards. It's not saying that we're precluding other policies that may affect the public. What it's saying is we're going to change possibly some text amendments and some bylaws specifically towards passive housing, which would have a bigger impact on industry. Is that correct? Just wanted to make sure I was hearing that it doesn't mean that we're changing the way people can choose to move forward with applications.
Yeah, I would just remind you that
I'm asking you through you, Mr. Mayor.
We're only debating of whether or not to refer this to public hearing. We're kind of drifting into the merits of the actual policy itself a little bit. And so I just draw you back to what we're deciding here right now is whether or not we, with Councillor Hardwick's seconded motion, are we referring this back to staff or are we indeed sending this to public hearing?
Thank you. And I think the question relates to the scope of consultation that would be required, depending on the type of initiative that we're pursuing. In this case, what we're doing is enabling people that want to build passive house. And Council, through your climate emergency, you've told us we need to do more of this. There are emerging builders that want to do this. We're giving them a tool that they can utilize to make it easier to do this. And so this really doesn't impact everyone in the city. If it did, we would have consulted everyone in the city. We've really consulted those that are impacted by this approach.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you have a... Okay.
Okay, so I've resisted talking about the particular report.
That's good.
And tried to focus on the fact that it has not had public consultation. Consulting with people that build in this space is not sufficient because it has implications in other aspects. There are unintended consequences, perhaps, that have not been taken into consideration here.
Yep.
So a simple post in the media or some indication, it doesn't have to be in the same manner that it is done for specific rezonings at a specific location, but at least inviting the residents, the public to be able to have input, to even have a say in it, in the formulation of it, that might bring another dimension to it around, for example, character house retention and the preponderance towards demolition of older houses, which might be consequences of this. So all I'm saying is that it would be a good thing if we open this up to a public input. It does not have to be a massive thing, but something that gets that public voice in there prior to bringing it to a public hearing where we're going to need to debate and make a decision.
Okay, thank you. You're well within the boundaries of the discussion here, and I now understand your point better as to why you're asking this to be referred back, so thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Apropos of those comments by Councillor Hardwick, I believe that the referral back to staff is not appropriate because the reason for the referral has to do with the, quote, unintended consequences. I don't believe of actually the changes that are in this report, but my understanding from listening to Councillor Hardwick, it is around the very support for and expansion of the number of passive houses that are built. So the sort of the general overall policy of which is not the subject of this report. This report is around making changes that make it easier for those who want to build passive houses easier, because there is a certain amount of room that is taken up by equipment related to that, especially the equipment to do with air-to-air exchange or air-to-water exchange, and so it's making those changes. It's allowing some extra floor area in order to make it easier. So the point is that I think that this is appropriate. The right people, i.e., the kinds of people who build these, are the people who were consulted. The public can come and speak on this issue in general if they like. Although the report is very specifically on these changes, and I believe a delay is problematic in terms of our larger objectives. A delay in dealing with the report and making it easier would have a negative impact on our overall climate objectives.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Wiebe?
Yeah, on the referral, I can't move my new mic. One of the things is it talks about just passive house and not zero emission buildings. I'm just wondering, is that something that if we do send this to public hearing can be changed at the public hearing to ensure that we're not just dealing with certified passive house, which I know can be difficult for certain building codes, but we're kind of looking at the full spectrum of zero emission buildings.
So in the detail of the report, it does refer to other standards that are sort of recognized and sort of have quality control around them. So though we speak about passive house because that's the predominant approach for sort of excellent energy efficient that voluntarily is pursued by industry, the report does allow for ILFI, net zero standard, or other standards as recognized by the Director of Planning.
But it's not in the stuff we're referring. Like
We don't really have a point of procedure. We have point of orders or point of information. Point of order?
Yes.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Just pursuant to your recent other ruling with a question from another councillor, are we not getting into the merits of the report now and not the process?
Right. I am...
Although the excellent questions, but for consistency?
Right. I'm thinking this is where I'm broadly going with this. It's a clarification of what the public hearing process would allow, but it's right on the edge, as are the others, in terms of, I mean, it's a simple decision. Are we sending it back to staff or are we sending it to public hearing? Public hearing is a public process. If we want to add things to a public hearing, during a public hearing, we can pass with conditions, those types of things, which is really standard. So I was just seeing where it was going, but your point taken, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I just interject.
Sure.
Those are the types of questions that we would be prepared to discuss in the public hearing, and I think would be appropriate in that context.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wiebe, do you have anything on the referral specifically? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, you've got about
Yes, I know.
3.5 minutes.
So in terms of negative impact, I would suggest that negative impact would be further erosion of the public trust by not allowing to have a more fulsome public consultation leading up to what is supposed to be the last step of the public process, which is the public hearing. So maybe in response to Councillor Carr's concern about delay, I could suggest that we would refer this and have it return by the end of Q1. I'm not talking about putting this on the back burner forever, but I think that at least having some public input to before the report comes to public hearing is in our collective best interest of the city.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move to a vote, and what we're voting on is Councillor Hardwick's motion to refer this report back to staff so they can more broadly gather public input and to resubmit it to us at the end of Q1. Is that by the end of Q1? Okay. So I'm going to call the vote on this. My thing is not... Sorry, my little machine's not working here. Looking for Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, and that has failed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, Wiebe, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Thank you. So now we're back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, do you have any questions on this referral?
No, I was just hoping to move the referral as outlined.
So moved. We have a seconder?
Agenda.
Second. Okay. Any debate on this one? Do you have anything else to say, Councillor Boyle? No. Okay. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll vote on this one to refer this to public hearing. Councillor Dominato and Kirby-Yung. Okay, thank you. That is passed with Councillor Dominato and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thanks very much. And we are on to, where are we here? Bylaws. We have 14 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 13 is from a public hearing on February 20th, 2018 and will require most of council to review in order to be eligible to vote. Council members, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you will be voting on the enactment. Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dejanova. Thank you. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Wiebe. And I have as well. So and I'm going to go back to the list here. If you wish to hold any of these bylaws for debate, does anybody wish to hold any for debate or a separate vote or for conflict of interest? I've got a speaking queue here, and I've got Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'd like to hold bylaw 11.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
I'd like to pull 12, please.
Bylaw 12. Okay, so would someone like to move the motions to adopt bylaw 1 to 14 holding 11 and 12. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I'd just like to hold 1 and 2 for a separate vote.
1 and 2 for a separate vote. Okay. Okay. Sorry, so I'll try that again. Councillor Dejanova, I see you on the list here. Did you?
I also was going to hold 1 and 2 for a separate vote, but
Okay, so they're held. Thank you. Anybody else before we move to the voting? Great. Okay, so let's do the ones that are not held first. So that would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14. So, right, thank you. So we'll call the vote on those then. Sure, yeah, on screen as well, because we're holding the separate ones. We probably have them recorded. Okay, so let's have you vote. Looking for Councillor Swanson, Wiebe. You can't vote on 13. That is correct. We just pull it out in the minutes so you can vote on the others. Okay, so Councillor Swanson, you can vote. And Councillor Kirby-Yung? We're just voting on the group of bylaws, except for the ones that were held. Okay, we are in the middle of the vote. We've had moved and seconded. We're voting on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, and 14 as a group. All the others have been held or for separate votes or discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Great, so that's passed unanimously. Thank you. So we'll go back now to separate votes on number 1. I think we'll have a recorded vote since it was requested. Right, mover and seconder. So I have bylaw number 1 moved. Councillor Carr, thank you. Seconder on bylaw number 1 on the plastic straws. A seconder, Councillor Wiebe, thank you. So we'll call the vote now on that one, a recorded vote. Councillor Hardwick, okay. So that has passed with Councillor Bly, Boyle, and Dejanova in opposition. And then we have, we'll have a second vote on the bylaw regarding plastic straws. That's bylaw number 9360. So I need a mover for that one. Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Dejanova, thank you very much. So we'll have we'll call a recorded vote on bylaw number 2. Councillor Fry and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Bly and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Councillor Wiebe, you held 11 and just 1 second. 1 second. So, Councillor Wiebe, just put yourself in a list if you would. And then I need you to move the motion and have it seconded so we can enter debate on the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion.
Okay, thank you. So now it's on the floor, and Councillor Wiebe, you have the floor for up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, so the reason why I brought this forward, and I know this was voted on by council, but there's been a lot of correspondence from the disability community. There's also support from the Omni and the developer of this project, who sent multiple letters of support, which I passed through to council, including from Joy Kitterboard, the Disability Alliance of BC, and the BCITS, supporting for a name for Jeanette Street instead of the current street. But I think that there's an opportunity for us to refer this back to staff to work on what would be the proper street. I know that there was a lot of talk about who should and what should be the names for this area. George Pearson Center has been a very, very important center for persons with disability, and I think Dejanova can have some great conversations about what it means to the people that have been living there for so many years, and I think that we need to recognize the lifetime and the kind of dedication of some of the people that have really put their lives into supporting the people that have been inflicted with pain in that place. And I think it's a place we need to recognize the history. For some, it's a dark history, and I think that this is a really powerful move to really signify what should the street name be. And I think that there's an opportunity here to work with the community to find a proper acknowledgement of that history. And so I think it's prudent that we send it back to staff to look at the names of the streets.
Okay, Council, I'm just not quite sure what the procedure is if we do send this back, so I'm just going to check for you, and just, this hasn't been seconded yet, but I'll come back to you with the information just to outline what happens if we do decide to send this back to staff. I'll be right back with you. Okay, Council, so if we decide to send this, to refer this, where it would go would be back to the committee that proposes the asset naming body, and then they would come back to us with another proposal to consider. So I just wanted to inform you of the process. So that's what would happen, and it would come back at a later date, probably in a few weeks, I imagine, or we could ask for that. So with that in mind, do we have a seconder for this? Okay, Councillor Dejanova, great. Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank Councillor Wiebe for putting this forward. I know there have been some discussions, and I myself and Councillor Carr were here for the very significant and impactful public hearing on Pearson Dogwood site. Having experience working in nonprofit housing with people with disabilities, specifically people who spent decades living in George Pearson. For some, they knew nothing else, and that was comfort for them. It was a safe place because they knew nothing else, or for whatever reason, it's their own experience. Some, we heard some very sad stories about people being put to bed and 6 p.m. because they had to get everyone to bed at certain times and at some points in their life. And I think that it's really significant that we look at the work that has been done by people who have disabilities or who have different abilities is what I think I should say. And this is a significant site. It's a site of pain for some people. It's a site of joy for others. It was the only facility that had iron lungs in all of BC, and people were transported from hospitals and communities around BC to live here. That being said, it's going to be, it also will continue to be a place where people can live more independently than perhaps the gloomy conditions that I had just mentioned. and there will be models of housing that I also remember sitting on the Persons with Disabilities Committee as they work those things out and talking about everything from people living in their own independent apartments to 2-bedroom units to sharing a unit to having a model called the greenhouse model, which for those who had lived their whole lives in an environment like this, they felt better, closer to people. So it really empowered the people within Pearson Dogwood and George Pearson Center to make those decisions. The loss of the swimming pool at the time was quite significant also, but to just move this name somewhere else or to do something else, I think that it's really important that it does reflect, and I appreciate Councillor Wiebe putting this forward, a person who has lived experience from this place, considering the deep significance and impact that it has had on people's lives. So I will support that. I do also, Mr. Mayor, have a point of information, and being I am a liaison to the Civic Asset Naming Committee, I just wanted to check through you to, if possible, to City Manager, that my understanding of the process is correct, that the proposed name that came to council before could go back on a list. It doesn't mean that it would never, ever come back to council again, and maybe there's an appropriate place for that. So I just wanted to check with you to make sure that that was indeed the case.
I believe so. It doesn't strike these off, so it could go back
I
to
just
the list
thought for transparency before I voted, I wanted to make sure
You're correct.
that it wasn't that I was voting for something and against something else, but I do think that I see how powerful this place still is to people, and it was one of the only interactions council has had where we've allowed people to come by Skype, and we allowed certain different ways to communicate with us, of course, all legal, but because of the nature of people who were there and could not get here. So for that reason, I certainly will be supporting the change that Councillor Wiebe has put forward. And I just wanted to speak to that because I really appreciate both committees. And I also want to say that I appreciate that the Civic Asset Naming Committee has spent a lot of time on this. And I appreciate their work. That being said, I'm hoping that there can be some more consultation when we see issues like this arise in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just to remind council, we're at 10 to 4 with a break scheduled at 5 for dinner, and then 6 is a hard start for our public hearing. We do have all our private members' motions to get through as well. So not to put any pressure on you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, but you're next, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I was studying my procedure bylaw because I have a point of information through the chair, if I could, to staff as we're having fun with procedure today. And it's just about how names come forward to council. And I know that we have the bylaw enactment here. And it's my understanding that this particular name has been on the Civic Asset Reserve list for quite a number of years. But I'm wondering, is there a previous report that's approved by council relating to a name, or do we only receive it in bylaw form without any context around the name and why it was selected by the Civic Asset Naming Committee? I just would it be helpful if the staff could just articulate that process?
Can you give us a sense? I don't know.
Through the mayor, I'll take a crack at it. Names can be added to the master list that the Civic Assets Naming Committee reviews from a number of sources. Sometimes they actually come from the floor of council, and sometimes they come from other places. And so the Civic Assets Naming Committee has a list of names and engages and consults with various committees and whatnot, and then ultimately makes a recommendation. And in that process, they review with fire, police, and city surveyor and other representatives from within city government. In this case, I believe that the proposed name that was not approved there were concerns raised by the fire department in particular for access, because we typically do a numbered street with a named street so that we can identify them and find them quickly. So largely, it was through that process that this the break in that pattern was not approved. But as was indicated by, I think, Councillor DiGenova, names that are not necessarily approved at the particular location could find another place through the Civic Assets Naming Committee.
My question actually related to once the Civic Asset Committee makes a recommendation, the process of what information comes forward to council. in what reports and forms? Does council get a background that says the Civic Asset Naming Committee recommends this name and here's why, or do we simply receive the bylaw? Or is it a two-step process or just
Sorry, it's a one-step process. Oh, there's a report that goes with this, yes. So, sorry, July 2018 is when the original report came. Thank you.
And in that
Clarifying.
July, and follow-up point of information quickly, if I can, in that July 18th report, was that the same report we received the name for the Oak Ridge Street, I believe, if it's correct, which were both approved by council, including the fact that it was named after the vegetable gardens in the area? Because I believe that was unanimously supported by council at that meeting. That was my point. There's a two-step process for council, correct?
Yes, thank you. So the name is approved and was approved in 2018, and then the bylaw comes forward. Like all the bylaws, they come forward later.
And the earlier report was approved by this council in July.
I believe, I don't know if it was combined with other names that I don't recall.
Okay, maybe staff could follow up, because I recall, I believe it was, but I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
It was approved in July 2018, but I don't know if it was with other names.
We'll circulate the link to the report.
Okay.
But
That would be
usually
helpful. Thank
it
you.
comes forward for council to discussion, and then we pass it officially into a bylaw.
Okay, so the name for this one was approved by the previous council, and we are now doing the bylaws.
Right. I'm not sure of previous council, but it was. Okay. So the clerks will send around a link to that, but previous council approved the name, but now we're enacting the bylaw, unless we decide to vote with Councillor Wiebe and refer it back to staff.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate the question asked by Councillor Kirby-Yung. I was on the previous council that approved this. I was not on the Civic Asset Naming Committee at that time. I am on the current Civic Asset Naming Committee. Normally when a report comes to council, the report comes and there is an opportunity to ask questions and understand at that point why a particular name is chosen over another name. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to abstain on this. I really am sympathetic to the desire to see a street named after a person who has such a close connection with this particular area and development. But I understand from being on the Civic Asset Naming Committee that there are many, many different screens that names have to go through, one of which the city manager did outline for you. I do not have at my hands right now information about how police responded, how fire responded, any of the particular very, very thorough kinds of discussions held by that Civic Asset Naming Committee around the process of coming to agreement on this name. So I don't feel that, and I don't also know if a delay would be problematic, because oftentimes at the committee, there's an urgency from police or fire or from engineering to move on the implementation of a name. So I feel I cannot support this at this time, although I'm sympathetic to the desire to recognize the woman who was being mentioned.
Thank you very much. Councillor DeGenova, you have 30
I have
seconds.
a point of information.
Okay, 30 seconds still.
Oh, I didn't know my time was for a point of information.
It is.
Anyhow, I would like to know if the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee was at all contacted on this. It's a point of information through you to staff, and also does staff take this direction that they will go back and consult on this with the committees, or the committees would consult?
My understanding is that if we vote to refer, it would go back to the Civic Naming Committee. That would take the regular process to go through it all over again.
And the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, would they be consulted?
We could have in the referral that it would also go to the disabilities community if that's
That's how I read it. So I just wanted to make
that's okay with Councillor Wiebe, because it is his motion.
Okay. Well, he can close on it, and I'm not sure if
Okay.
not support means abstain or not vote for. But.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. It is for a point of information through you, Mr. Mayor, if possible, to the city manager. And that is a question whether or not the city manager knows and can inform council of whether there is a timeliness issue related to the naming of this street, given that we're already at a bylaw approval point.
City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We haven't come across a situation like this before, so at this point, I'm actually not sure what the time constraints are. My understanding is it's development that hasn't been built yet, so I don't believe that there's an imminent time concern. But to be honest, I'm not fully informed on that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. A minute and a half.
Yeah, in speaking to the motion, and I've had a chance to review the report, and I appreciate staff sending that around so quickly. I note it was part of a report that included several names, and there was one street at the time named for Paulson Street, which was after a superintendent of nurses in an effort, according to the Report and Civic Asset Naming Committee, to really honor and respect sort of the medical history of the site there. And so in looking at this report, it looks like one street was named sort of to pay homage to that. And in addition, the other street was named for Leonora Lucina, I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly, Markovich, who left a successful architectural career after the outbreak in Warsaw, the outbreak of World War II, and came and was actually the architect behind Willow Gardens, so contributing to the site. So it looks like as part of that report, it honored both practitioners that were providing sort of medical services and speaking to medical history, as well as sort of staff that contributed, an individual that contributed to the building of the site. So in that context, and I think given the fact that from the public's perspectives, we're really, from my point of view, it's a technicality for council to enact a bylaw now, but the decision was taken by council to support these names, and I think it would send an unfortunate signal to the community that decision is now being rescinded when it was made in context at the time, I think, to honor different people that contribute in different ways to the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, 5 minutes. Again, just a reminder that we're...
Yeah, and I certainly won't take 5 minutes. I just want to speak. Actually, I appreciate Councillor Wiebe bringing this forward. I do read, sorry, I'm losing my voice. I do read in the follow-up text with his communications with the developers of this property that they've been in communication, that they seem to express an interest in honoring Jeanette. And I think it's why not? Let's do it right. And if there's an opportunity to give a little bit more time and refer this back and allow the Peoples with Disability Committee an opportunity to weigh in on this, I think it's appropriate. So I support Councillor Wiebe on this.
Okay, thanks. And that's it. So we'll call the vote on this one to refer this. Motion by Councillor Wiebe to refer this back to the Asset Naming Committee and Civic Asset Naming Committee to come back to us with a report about changing the name. And they could very well come back and not recommend that too. So it's up to them to put this through. So look forward to the report if we do that. If not, it goes, it's done. So we're voting on Councillor Wiebe's motion to refer. And Councillor Dominato and Bly. And that has passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. Thank you. I do have to say I was a bit in a quandary there because I know my wife is in my office right now and her first name is Jeanette, so it's pretty hard not it'd be hard to vote against that one. So that did is that a conflict? I don't know, but okay. Thank you. And it's spelled the right way. So okay. So bylaws are, I think that's, oh no, we have one more bylaw to do, which is Councillor Dominato, you held bylaw number 12. So if you can put yourself on the list.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just holding it for separate vote. I did have a quick question. I'm going to jumping to the conclusion that's probably a no, whether there's the ability to sever components of that bylaw.
Not at the moment. No, it would have to been in the previous iteration where we could sever out votes.
Okay. Well, I am holding it for separate vote because I didn't support the increased tax rate. I think there were some improvements around complaints and reviews. As Council recall, I put forward a motion for have further work done around the complaint process and procedural fairness. So I look forward to that coming back from staff, but I will be voting against the bylaw.
Okay, thanks. So we have a vote now on the bylaw. We need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Dejanova, I have a mover.
Second.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Point of information, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
On the bylaw, because I understand the bylaws can be this big and the amendments can be as well, I just wanted to understand if the notice period for complaints and reviews, as well as the new exemptions, so this is all tied to the tax rate. That's correct? So all three of these pieces are separate, but they're tied in together in one amendment. Is that correct? And if so, why? Because I see two different amendments for plastic straws, but I see one amendment that includes three things together for empty homes.
Perhaps that might be a clerk question, actually.
Or I should say vacancy tax.
try the city manager first. So why is this bundled into one bylaw rather than split into three?
I'm not sure. And given that, like, typically the bylaws we don't have a lot of discussion, I guess what I'd ask is if you have questions about them, to please send them in advance so we can get you that information to have a fulsome conversation. At this point, I'm not in a position to answer that.
Okay, so sorry. I just was a question that came up right now, so that's fine. It's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So we'll call a vote on this bylaw. And that's passed with Councillor Kirby-Yung and Dominato in opposition. Okay, thank you very much. So now we're on to the council motions. So the first one is a motion on notice one is request for leaves and absences as follows. Councillor Dominato for civic business from meetings during the hours of 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd, and Councillor Dejanova for civic business for meetings during the hours of 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. on April 1st, 29th, June 10th, July 8th, October 7th, and November 4th. And would someone like to move this motion? Councillor Carr, thank you. A seconder. I'm sorry, I've got a request to speak here. I missed you, Councillor Dominato. Sorry, go ahead.
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I no longer need the leave for tomorrow morning, and so
You're going to remove the first one then?
withdraw that, or
Okay,
I'm not sure if I can do that. But
thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
When it's civic business, Mr. Mayor, in an effort to be transparent, I try and do so. So I just wanted to note that these leaves are for me to serve the City of Vancouver as a representative on the Housing Committee at Metro Vancouver.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Councillor Weep.
Because I don't know if we're going to get to leave of absence later, is this a time, could I make an amendment to add my leave of absence in here?
Yep, new business. So we'll try to rock it through
Okay,
here and get to
rock
the
through
business.
it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. So that's it. So can we have someone move the motion? Councillor Boyle moves, seconded Councillor Kirby-Yung. You moved it, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you very much. Motion 2 is changes to February, March business license hearing panels. Someone like to move this motion? Thank you, Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you. Here we are. Motion number 3 is designating January 29th as Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia, which is to be moved by Councillor Swanson. So, Councillor Swanson, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this.
Yes, so this is a motion to designate January 29th as a day of remembrance and action against Islamophobia. 3 years ago on this date, 6 precious people were killed and 19 wounded in Quebec City at a mosque. It was a horrible day for those folks, and of course their friends and families, all Muslims, as well as all of us who live here. This tragedy is only one of many that shows that we need to be proactive in asserting that we don't tolerate Islamophobia. I noticed a comment today on the Facebook page for the Al Jamia Mosque. They're having a vigil on the 29th, and the comment read, terrorist mosque. So this shows to me that racism and Islamophobia is still living in Vancouver and that we need to condemn it. So the Vancouver Muslim community has repeatedly come together to support one another in the aftermath of violence. They've held space, they've shared food, they've offered counseling, they've given food to others who are in need, and it's time for the city that recognized and adds to that support. So I'm hoping we can pass this motion unanimously. It's not very much. It's just designating a day of remembrance and making a proclamation. And I want to thank all the folks who came here to watch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, councillors have up to 1 minute to ask questions of Councillor Swanson. I think I'm right. Yeah. Okay. So if you'd like to ask questions of Councillor Swanson, please put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody on the list. Okay, someone like to second the motion. Okay, I actually saw Councillor Boyle's hand first, so I know it's Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion on this? And we've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the list. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I'd really like to thank Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward. I have the privilege of sitting on the city's Racial and Ethno-Cultural Equity Committee. And the reason that we have that committee, sadly, is that we're seeing increasing amounts of hate crime and racism in Vancouver and across the country, but particularly growing in our city. And if you look at the stats that Statistics Canada released in 2019, Vancouver gained the very sad distinction of becoming the #1 city per capita in Canada for hate crimes. And if you look at those groups and that are targeted consistently, it is often the Jewish community, the Muslim community, the LGBTQ community consistently that are targeted. And I think that we need to collectively stand against any hatred and racism. And I've had the opportunity, and I want to extend my thanks to the community who really do a great job of reaching outside to other faiths when they have terrible attacks and tragedies. So after the Pittsburgh scenario, and I attended a remembrance at your facility on West 8th, and it was really moving to see people of different faiths come together. And I remember there were Vancouverites there were people that were visiting from Australia and all over the world, and everybody was welcomed in that night. And I think that is the best of what our city should be. So I think that the more that we can do to stand as a council and show that we tolerate love, but we do not tolerate hatred is really important. And I'd like to thank Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm also, of course, very happy to support this motion and just wanted to echo some words from Amal Rana, who's on our city's anti-racism racial equity committee, also about the importance for us as a council and for residents in the city to understand the impact that this shooting has had in an ongoing way for the Muslim community here in Vancouver and across the country, that the trauma is intergenerational and has a lasting legacy. And so this proclamation is an important step in healing towards that. As Councillor Swanson said, one piece of the larger work that the community is doing to combat Islamophobia and to support one another and heal, and I'm grateful for the opportunity for the city to contribute in this way. I have gotten to be involved in solidarity work against Islamophobia in my multi-faith organizing over many years and built many good relationships, and I'm glad to get to be in this role and support that work in an ongoing way.
Thank you. Councillor Dishnova.
Thanks so much. I also wanted to thank Councillor Swanson for bringing forward this motion, and I will be supporting it. Although it's very somber to think about the reasons, and it's unfortunate. It really shouldn't be necessary that we need a motion like this. It shouldn't be necessary that we need to talk about this, because I was hoping that in 2020, where we are now, if we look at maybe 10 years ago, that we would have been farther along. But I think that it's important. It's important not only to take a stand now, and I will be brief in my comments, but just wanted to say I think that this motion is important for recognition, to call hate what it is and to call it out, because that's the only way we will change it, especially in the next generation. And I think that that is so important. So thank you, Councillor Swanson, for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to be supporting it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Salallahu Wahi Wasalam. I'm very happy to support this, and thanks to Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward. I just, want to reflect that this is how we move forward, and I saw a touching thing on the internet the other day. The Harel Synagogue in West Vancouver hosted a memorial service for the families who lost people in the Ukraine air flight. And I thought, that's what we got to do, to bring it all together. And thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And before we move to a vote on this one, just wanted to thank the community for coming out today. to celebrate how we can move forward together, but also to remember past wrongdoings and tragedies. I will say, I don't usually comment as chair, but I will say 2 weeks ago I got to meet with Sadiq Khan, the first Muslim mayor of the great city of London in the UK. We had a long discussion about diversity and how to promote it within our communities, and I think we have a lot in common. And the more we can do to signal to other city councils that this is the kind of work they should do, I think that it's better. So thank you for attending today. Thank you to Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward, and again, thanks for council for being the champions of celebrating our diversity, which is so important. So with that, I will call the vote on this motion. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Council. Okay, Council, we never have too much time to enjoy or celebrate motions, and I'm sorry we have to move on to the next one because there's a lot to think about from the last motion. This one, though, is another motion by Councillor Swanson to preserve SRO stock surrounding St. Paul's Hospital site. And Councillor Swanson, just when I get set up here, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion, and please go ahead.
Yeah, so the situation is that the hospital needs workers, and they need places to live. And there's a lot of hospital workers who aren't really high-wage workers, like cleaners, food service people and stuff. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on hundreds of single-room occupancy units within walking distance of St. Paul's Hospital to evict their current low-income residents, upgrade a titch, and then double or triple the rent. This is a process that we've seen happening in other areas of gentrification, such as around Woodwards, such as in Chinatown, and now it's coming at the downtown east side SROs from all sides. We do have an SRA bylaw, and it does protect SRO residents against conversion. It protects them from conversion to condos, to backpackers, to hotels, but it doesn't protect them from this type of conversion. So this motion is just an ask for our staff to report back on how we can protect them from these kinds of conversions in SROs. And we had a motion a while back on vacancy control, which will help a lot. But we need more, and so hopefully staff can figure out something, and that's what this motion's about.
Thank you very much. And we've got questions for you, Councillor Swanson, and I'm just going to leave you on the queue here. Leave your mic on and advance Councillor Dejanova for up to a minute.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, did you have any input back from staff as to whether or not this would single out St. Paul's Hospital redevelopment and if this could indeed compromise the development at all?
Had lots of input back from staff, but they never mentioned that.
Okay, so I'm not sure. Ask staff that question later, maybe. Another question for you is, I thought that we were trying to not encourage as many slumlords, and recently there have been issues that have been brought here to council. So just wondering if you're concerned at all about maintenance of these buildings and so on, if we are looking to preserve stock that is beyond what is recommended.
So of course, I'm hopeful that maintenance will be good. We have a standards of maintenance bylaw. It requires all kinds of very high standards. There's one section, 23.8, that says if the standards aren't met, the city can go in and do the work. So I think we should be, if we enforce that bylaw, we should be able to keep the standards up.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Fry. Up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Swanson, are you aware that in addition to the workforce needs, that about half the current population of St. Paul's come from outside of the city of Vancouver and have a lot of hotel needs themselves?
Yeah, I think there will be an increased need for hotels. I don't know if that will put pressure on the SROs because they have to rent out by the month.
Right now, so are you aware that SROs are, my understanding is that the SRO bylaw applies to the room, not the price. So that's
the problem.
A room with a toilet, and it could be charged at whatever rents and for whatever duration.
It has to be rented by the month, according to the SRA bylaw.
But no price point.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to a minute. This is going really well. That's all right. I didn't.
Here we go. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. I'm wondering in Part A of your resolution, does BC Housing not maintain a public database of SROs and other low-income housing?
I don't know if BC Housing does. The city does a study every couple of years. The low income, I forget what the title of it is, but the city does a study.
I was just wondering if you'd asked if that information was of staff was already available without them having to collect.
If it is, I hope they'll find out. The city does do a bit of a.
Okay, so you're not asking staff to duplicate and do that work.
Pardon?
You're not asking for staff to duplicate and do a database in addition if it's available. Okay, I guess I'm just wondering if housing has it, if we can't just access that.
I think the most important part of the motion is the first part that directs staff to report back before construction begins on how to prevent gentrification and the loss of low-rent SROs within walking distance of the hospital. I think that's the most important. I think we need some creativity that we have that.
Okay.
And I'm hoping it's there. I know they're
we're at the 1
really
minute.
smart.
However, again, through the debate, points of information now, just to remind you that you can ask councillors questions through points of information. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And I'm just wondering if you have a sense for us of what additional roles the province or Providence Health might be able to play in helping mitigate impacts that the city could work with them on.
Yes, so the province could play a very big role if they gave us vacancy control in the SROs, which we asked for last month. That would be huge. But we haven't got any indication that they're going to do that. Hopefully our staff will be looking at how we can do that on the civic level. But this is just like, is there anything else we can do? Let's do as much as we can, because for every one of those SRO rooms that we lose for a low-income person, they could become homeless.
Thanks very much. And that's it for questions on the list. So we don't have any speakers, so we can have a seconder for the motion. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Into debate and discussion now. We have Councillor Dejanova on the list. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, I have a point of information, then I may ask you for a ruling, but I need to move forward with the point of information to you. Would be specifically, I remember and have noted that staff had said that there would be 2 phases to the rezoning for St. Paul's Hospital. We also have a plan for the False Creek Flats that myself and Councillor Carr were here for during the last council. So I'm wondering if any of this is already addressed in that, or because this is a specific applicant, if this, take away the name St. Paul's Hospital, put in any applicant name, if this actually could put us in some type of legal position that may not be favorable.
Okay, thanks. So we'll go over the point of information first. The city manager, if you have any idea whether through the 2 policies that we passed so far, the rezoning first and any previous False Creek Flats policy, if the discussion around specific discussion around SROs has been addressed, especially those that Councillor Swanson's referring to. And I know it's reach back in your memory bank there, but has this work been done before, addressed before in any way?
That wasn't my question, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, did I get it wrong?
I think the way I interpreted the question is whether this discussion could jeopardize the work that's underway on those 2 big programs, I think. Right. And the answer is I don't believe it would. I think it's a good question because it's a large rezoning that's going through enactment right now. I see this as tangential and more aligned with the SRO work that we're doing in the downtown east side generally, and so I don't see a risk to those other discussions through this.
Okay, thank you. Although that still wasn't quite my question. That was part of the question. Right. The other part is St. Paul's Hospital or Providence Healthcare, although they've said they won't name it St. Paul's Hospital, have staff consulted with them as to specifically if this motion could put their plans in any type of jeopardy
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't because we haven't.
Well,
I mean, it's
I understand, but I would, if that's a no, I would like to know that, because this could be any applicant in the future. This could be Little Mountain Housing, and we'd be sitting here making a decision about someone else's private property without knowing the ramifications of if housing wasn't going to be built or a hospital wasn't going to be built. Sure. So I do think that because it really borders on public hearing process, Mr. Mayor, it's important for me to know.
Okay, if St. Paul's Providence has been consulted about this particular motion?
And could it put the application in jeopardy?
You heard it hadn't put it in, but it wouldn't put it in jeopardy, but go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. You adequately stated it, Mr. Mayor. We don't consult on potential motions, so we have not consulted with anyone on this motion. But I do not, and law does not believe that there are legal risks on those projects with this motion.
Okay. Another point of information would be regarding BC Housing and the database. I didn't have time to ask Councillor Swanson that question, but I understand there is a public database. So I'd just like to know if we're asking our staff to do work that's already being done at another level of government, it's available to Vancouver residents.
Okay, I could ask the city manager if he interprets this as duplicating work that we're already doing.
If there is a database currently out there, we will disregard it and create a new one, because we like to duplicate work as much as possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a joke for people watching at home, correct?
But I'll take that as a joke. Yeah.
Thank you.
Itching to duplicate.
I'll be here every second Tuesday.
Maybe.
If there is a database that addresses this, we'll use it.
Okay.
We have our own database that I think was mentioned. We track generally. So my sense is what we would do is we'd get the database that already exists. If there's data that's missing that would be helpful to do this work, then we would probably supplement it with our own work. But I think we've been reaching out to the province and to BC Housing to coordinate on SROs generally, so we would definitely want to coordinate with them.
Okay. Well, that's my time for now, so yeah.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
Speaking to the main motion now?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate the spirit of very much of where this is coming from. I think for me, the part to get my head around and my concern, so I'll sort of ask a question in case the councillor might like to answer it later, is really what type of housing we're trying to deliver. And I'm very critically aware that the SRO stock, nobody would want to live in some of these rooms. And I think that we need to do better by people. And so I applaud, and it's heartening to see some of the new projects where you have self-contained units. You know, if you look at something like the quality of the temporary modular housing, and people have don't have to have a shared bathroom and they have access to a kitchen, or we're looking at potentially when we're able to do new developments on city-owned sites where you have micro suites for a better quality that changes the paradigm of these SROs that have become really degraded and really old buildings. So I think what I'm trying to get my head around in this motion, I'm struggling with in case any other councillor wants to speak to it later, is really around is the intent that we're going to maintain an equivalent number of units, but we're trying to better people's situation as opposed to these particular units that are really not in great shape, and I don't think the quality of housing that we want to be striving to have people in. And so that's my struggle or sort of concern with looking at this, is that of course we want to maintain the maximum number of units. We want to maintain and we want to grow so that we can fill the need and the gaps that we have for people that do need housing at, you know, right at sort of that end of the spectrum. But I don't want to be perpetuating the current model that we have, because I don't think that's a great living environment for folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, well, right now we have 2,223 counted homeless people. The 4 SROs that were recently for sale, I think 2 of them are sold now, and they've begun evicting tenants. One of them was bought by, I won't say that because I'm not positive. Anyway, it looks like they're being gentrified. So the people in those hotels don't have the alternative of going to a good place or staying in a bad place. They're evicted. The alternative they have, if they're on social assistance, is basically the street. So my theory is, and the theory of a lot of people that work in the downtown east side, is we have to protect the SROs and ensure that they're maintained well, and in the meantime work for more housing. But if we lose the SROs as fast as we're losing them now, and even faster with St. Paul's, we'll never be able to catch up on the housing that we need, and we'll have more and more homeless people. So that's the way we're looking at it.
Thank you. Councillor Domino, I have you on the list, but it's not showing up on the machine. So I'm just going to go to Councillor Fry, and then we'll come to you.
Yeah, just speaking in full support of this motion, you know, the reason I voted against the St. Paul's rezoning in the first place was because of my concerns about the massive impacts of this project on a very vulnerable population, and it's not just the SROs. And I don't want to put words in Councillor Swanson's mouth, but I'm sure she doesn't want to see people continuing living in SROs. She'd rather see them in better housing. But the fact of the matter is that right now, SROs are the last stop before homelessness for a lot of people, especially vulnerable people in our city. We have a massive DCL package that's coming with this rezoning that's not being diverted specifically to this neighborhood. I think that this motion could go even farther, but it would be out of order to include a lot of the other impacts that this hospital might exacerbate. And I think a thoughtful analysis and a strategy to protect that vulnerable housing stock now before ground breaks on St. Paul's is critical at this juncture. And I think you just need to go visit Oppenheimer Park and take a look and see the results of displacement and housing need in our city, and take a sober second thought about this motion. I think this is timely and very appropriate, and I fully support it. Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
You, Councillor Dejanova? I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see if it works now. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to add just a couple of comments. Around the database, appreciate hearing from the city manager, because I was curious about, my colleagues asked about whether there's an opportunity to leverage existing databases with BC Housing, and I'm not going to introduce amendments. I think that it sounds like that would be explored anyways, or utilizing our existing database and just enhancing it. And I also appreciate the spirit of this, because obviously, as we see, when there's new developments, it changes neighborhoods, and our neighborhoods are going to continue to change. I mean, the city of Vancouver is a different place today than it was 100 years ago. But absolutely, we have a challenge of having affordable low-income housing. And while I appreciate the state of some of these buildings is deplorable, and I do think there's merit in looking at this and having staff come back and look at how we might address that, and also how we might, not only about retaining some of those SROs, but how do we improve, maybe work with the building owners to improve the conditions of those. And then the other conversations around welfare rates, shelter rates is a provincial conversation. But I really appreciate it coming forward and look forward to a report back from staff.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I sent in a referral motion.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. Okay, so this is a proposed amendment to the initial, it's a referral amendment?
Yes, it's a
okay.
referral amendment. I have a new queue? Or?
It needs to be seconded. Seconded, so we're over to the amendment queue. Sorry? Councillor Dominato seconded. And we're going to reset my timer here. 5 minutes, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to make a decision on this motion, because I appreciate what Councillor Swanson is trying to do as someone who has dedicated a lot of time and made a choice to work in nonprofit housing to provide housing at shelter rates to people. I'm very passionate about this. However, I'm concerned about some unintended consequences. Consequences we consider when we think about townhouses versus a 13,000 square foot mansion. And without having input from the applicant and knowing, and if this were to move forward, we may see this on other housing sites in the future, other large development sites. And I think of Little Mountain and how Little Mountain still for many reasons, does not have housing on it. I'm not trying to place blame. I'm talking about unintended consequences. So for that reason, along with the other reason, the BC Housing actually, beyond providing a database, provides rent supplements and subsidies. So I feel that if we were to pass this and looking at our relations with the provincial government, that we would decide to save something that we don't fund ourselves without consulting them first, I'd be very concerned about that. That being said, what I'm hoping is that staff would come back with a report to this, and if I was reassured on those items, specifically regarding funding, that this would not compromise a new hospital, and we've heard all about what that hospital is going to provide, as well as the fact that we're not sure who would fund it otherwise, or if it could instead be modular housing, or if there were other plans that may actually be better than preserving that stock. I think about certain SROs that we want to tear down, and I'm concerned. Without this further information from our excellent staff that are dedicated to housing and who speak regularly with BC Housing, from what I've learned from our city manager, I'm very concerned. So I do hope that council will support this referral, because it's not saying no, it's just asking for more information that we don't yet have. And if not, I'm not sure that I could support this motion, because I don't know how we would fund these SROs on our own without the extensive rent supplements of BC Housing. Thank you.
Thanks. Privilege, okay.
Trying to get on the speakers list and it's not working.
Okay, I'm going to try to put you on here. Yeah, we are having problems with this. So I have Councillor Boyle next, but then we'll move on to you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor, whoops. I've got Councillor Boyle actually first. Great. So Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes, then Councillor Swanson.
Thanks, and I'm going to speak against the referral. I appreciate the clarification that the referral is an ask for more information on the subject. My read of the original motion is that it's an ask for more information on the subject. I'm very comfortable with the language of the original motion. We heard clearly from staff there aren't concerns about the impacts for the hospital, which I voted for, and I'm happy to see in the community. And I think the motion outlines some real concerns and asks for that information well. I don't think we need to refer it to get the same information. The ask is clearly worded, and I'd like to see it pass as outlined in the original motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, now up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm against the referral. This is a very measly resolution. It doesn't ask for much, just a report. And all it says is that the report includes consideration of, like, it's not really all that strong, as Councillor Fry said. There is nothing in this motion that will impinge on the St. Paul's development whatsoever. And so I'm opposed to
Councillor Swanson, I have a point of order, but it will make sure that it's a point of order. Yes? What's your point of order specifically?
I understood that my referral was called measly, Mr. Mayor, and
Actually, Councillor Swanson called her own motion measly.
no, she called the referral measly.
Right, that's what I heard.
Oh,
as her own
okay.
motion.
And the other point of order, just to save them all for one, is that I understand that Councillor Swanson also said that this was not strong, that this referral was not
Not
strong.
really a point of order.
So,
That's not really a point of order.
that her
Measly?
own motion was not strong, and it was measly. Okay, that's what she called her own.
Yes.
Okay, good to know. That helps me in
Thank you.
making my determination.
Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm going to speak against the referral and just speak generally in support of the motion as it stands. Just to actually, Councillor Swanson did raise the points that I would raise. This is a report back. It is a report back before the timing of the construction beginning, so that we can have more information about the potential impacts. It provides council with information and the public with information about the low-income housing. I think we all want to know what the impact of such a project is on the state of low-income housing. I think it's useful information for all of us as decision makers. And also it's just, again, a report back and concluding consideration of increasing SRA replacement fees and mechanisms for restrictions on rate of change. These will come back to us. I would welcome that information.
Thank you. And that's it for the comments on this. So we'll have a vote on the referral. This is amending the motion to send back to staff, so referral motion. And we need Councillor Dominato and Kirby-Yung to vote on this. And that has failed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Boyle, Wiebe, Hardwick, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. So we're back to the main queue. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay, great. So we don't have anybody else on the list. You have to have the floor to have a point of information, so if you put yourself on the list. Councillor Dejanova, you have 20 seconds left.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I really do appreciate looking at protecting housing, but I've also seen the unintended consequences of really encouraging slumlords. And for that reason, and the fact that we haven't consulted with BC Housing, and let's be very clear, it's not that I want them to fund the project, it's that they already do fund these rents. There's also work that's being duplicated, staff have told us, so I will not be able to support this motion, although I do support more housing at more affordable rates. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Fry, you have...
Oh, I'll be quick, Mayor. And thank you for the clarification that I need to be on the list to call a point of information.
That's right.
And I just wanted some clarification around points of order. My understanding is the new rules, we have to actually cite the rule that's being violated if we're calling it. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm trying to gently move people there.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just wanted some clarification for my own edification. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Great. So we are done speakers, so we can vote on this motion, which is not amended. It's the full motion that's put forward by Councillor Swanson. So I'll call the vote. Councillor Wiebe. No, referral. We've turned down the referral. This is the full the unamended motion, and that's passed with Councillor Dejanova in opposition. Thank you. So at 20-5, we're moving on to the third motion by Councillor Swanson, which is making it easier for the public to speak at council meetings. Councillor Swanson, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this motion. Please go ahead.
This motion doesn't still get what we really need, which is a firm start time for speakers, but I'm thinking it'll make it a little bit easier for speakers if they miss their turn and they're signed up, they'll be able to speak at the end. So that's what this is. I want to thank the staff that helped me draft it, and I hope you'll all vote for it.
Okay, thank you. And now you have councillors have up to 2 minutes to ask you questions. And I'll stop your timer there. Just turn on your mic. Sorry, I'm just going to talk out loud for a second. And Councillor Dejanova, you have up to a minute for questions to Councillor Swanson.
Councillor Swanson, are you aware that this was not a piece that was recommended by staff and the clerk's office specifically in the updates to the procedure bylaw?
I'm aware that we've had several situations here where if people had a clear understanding of what the procedure was, it would have been easier to proceed. And I'm also aware that some people come and want to speak and can't, and that's what I'm trying to address.
So are you aware that this may create for longer meetings, which would mean more staff time here instead of working on policies like the motion you just passed?
Yes, I'm aware that it might mean that we take more time to listen to speakers.
Including our staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you for this. What happens if people are watching and trying to time their way of coming to council, and they go, oh, well, I don't know, need to go now. I can wait until the end because they're going to call it at the end. I'm just concerned about the flow of people coming and speaking and how this might impact that. Just, I don't know if I'm coming across right.
No, I got you.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I thought of it.
Have you thought of it?
Yeah.
What's the answer?
I just think if it turns out that everyone shows up at the end, we'll have to change it. But in the meantime, let's see how it works.
Oh, so this is an experiment, sort of more of a pilot in the short. We'll see how it goes and then revisit it.
Well, we can
a year from
revisit
now.
any procedure we want, right?
Fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you. And that's it for questions, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson. So we need somebody to, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to a minute.
I have huge heart for trying to improve the public participation because I brought the original motion forward and looked at options to speak. I'm wondering if you would consider a pilot, because I know when we tried to implement last time and have hard start times for speakers and trying to make it more predictable, we had issues with that and it didn't work. Because I noticed that you're bringing forward proposed amendments. So is that an option that we can look at something in trial and see if it works before actually changing the procedure bylaw?
I'd rather just go with it like it is, but if it didn't look like it was going to pass, I might concede that.
Okay. And then I think I'm also concerned too, is there any interest in an option of having a 10 or 15 minute grace period if people have an issue with just sort of arriving their transit or getting into the building, as opposed to, I worry too about, I'm trying to find the balance between backing up and everybody just decides to come at the end of the day on an item where you have 30 speakers and they're all like, well, I'm at work, I don't want to miss my afternoon, so I'll just go at 5 o'clock, and they all show up, because I can see that happening. Is there any option potentially to do a grace period for people? Like,
I don't understand what you mean by.
Well, if they're not here within 10 or 15 minutes,
actually
for
at our 1
example, as
minute.
opposed to just recalling everybody at the end.
We're just at our 1
wonder if you
minute,
have
so
flexibility on options.
there are points for chance for points of information during the actual debate, but we're at the minute there. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just hoping to clarify from that question, having just reread the language, is the proposal that it would be item by item? If you miss your spot on the list for one item, you could go at the end of that item and then we would close and deal with that item and move on to the next. Yeah. So it is unlikely to be everybody at the end of the day or less likely, I guess.
You have to be here. Yeah, it would just be that item.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's the clarification I wanted.
Thank you. And that's it for clarification. So we need a seconder on this motion. Thank you, Councillor Fry. So we have received requests to speak to the motion. Council would like to hear the speakers, so we can refer the motion to the Standing Committee of City and Finance Services tomorrow's meeting. Somebody move the referral. Thank you, Councillor Carr, seconder. Councillor Bly, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you very much. We're on to number 6 now, which is the aligning the healthy city strategy with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which is moved by Councillor Fry. Put yourself on the list, Councillor Fry, and you have up to 2 minutes. Great. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So, back in November, when we had a presentation about the healthy city strategy, some of you who were here may have caught when our staffer, Mary Claire Zach, suggested that this would be a great direction to align our healthy city strategy with the United Nations Social Development Goals 30, which is basically a set of goals, a framework that was established through the United Nations in 2015 and looks for sustainable development goals. And that includes basic health and equity kind of provisions. It's pretty succinctly laid out on the various SDG sites. They have nice colored icon graphics for each of the 17 goals. And this is an ask for our staff to further explore what it might look like. I understand that we would be the first large city to do so in Canada. Squamish is currently pursuing this right now. And what's interesting about the Sustainable Development Goals is that I know we're all hyper aware and conscious about expenditures and stuff. In fact, this has the potential to unlock a huge amount of grant potential. Over $167 billion in SDG grants went out from foundation groups like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the last 4 years. So there's opportunity there to align our priorities with of course, the Government of Canada adopted the Sustainable Development Goals in 2017. And so there's an opportunity for us to unlock a lot of partnership potential if we can pursue this. And the ask is for staff to look into the feasibility of that and reflect some of the aspirations that were reflected back in the presentation over the Healthy City Strategy back in November.
Thank you. And we've got Councillor Fry. Sorry, where'd you go? There you are. Mic on, and Councillor Kirby-Yung up to a minute question.
Thank you. I'm Councillor Fry. Are you envisioning that staff might identify that would adopt it sort of in one fell swoop, or would identify the components of the resolution that are most relevant? Because I think back to my time in the Park Board with the TRC reconciliation, and the Park Board identified the ones that were specific to their mandate they felt that they could take on, because there was a long laundry list.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of them would be easier to accomplish because they're less relevant to our urban environment. But I think some of them, like access to water and sanitation, we just need to look down on the downtown east side, and that's clearly a real development goal that we could pursue. So I think a lot of them are actually still relevant to our first world urban environment.
Okay, but if staff were to come back and say, we think that these specific components of the resolution are most relevant, where we should focus our efforts, you would be open to that?
I would defer to staff on that, absolutely, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, just for fun, you had mentioned the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but I understand that foundation gets a lot of its money from Microsoft, which is a corporate entity, which in sponsorship terms, you've spoken against maybe corporate sponsorship before. So how do we see corporate sponsorship fitting into this?
Yeah, you know, I'm not qualified to really ascertain the extent to which non-government foundations like the Bill and Melinda, where they get their source funding from, so I'd have to take your word for it, but I do know that we do have, like Vancouver Foundation, for instance, we partner with them on a lot of stuff, and I'm not sure where they get all their funding from.
You quoted the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation specifically, so I just wanted to know you would support that type of funding.
I would have to be on a case by case. Yeah, I don't know enough about them, but I just know that of the social development grant funders, they're the biggest at something like $16 billion. So
I know that. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, thanks. And we're on to Councillor Dominato for up to a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing this forward. I'm just curious if you can offer your perspective on the Clause B, which talks about adopting the goals and targets specifically, and because what I'd like to see is to see staff review the goals. I support them. I think they're important, but in the context of the City of Vancouver and alignment to our work. And I'm just curious if that's something you sort of envisioned in it, is that it's not wholesale adoption right now, but it's like, let's take a look at these goals and how they fit with the work we're doing in the city and prioritizing.
So you're referring to Article B?
Clause B of the motion.
Yeah, I think it's asking staff to review and report back on the possibility of adopting them as targets. I don't think it's too prescriptive. If they say they can't do it, then they can't do it.
Yeah.
But I do want to reflect that this was a specific ask of our ACCS staff who identified this as an opportunity. So,
Thanks. And that's a minute. So we need a seconder for this one. Councillor Carr, thank you very much. And is there any discussion on this? Please put yourself on the list. Don't see anybody on the list, so I'm going to call the vote on this now. Councillor Wieben-Dominato and Kirby-Yung. Great, that's passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. And the last motion we have is the election finance, transparent funding, and local politics, which is moved to Councillor Fry. And just so councillors know, there are requests to speak to this, so if we do refer it, it will come on tomorrow for debate and decision. So Councillor Fry, if you put yourself on the list, we'll go ahead with your 2 minutes of introduction. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Go ahead.
And this is really, you know, I've paid a fair amount of attention to the Local Election Campaign Finance Act over the years and taken an interest in it. We made great progress in 2017, adopting the new ones for 2018 election. There's still a few areas that I think we can improve, most notably around currently the reporting for and prohibitions on corporate and union sponsorship or contributions really only is reflected in the campaign period. So that's the 11 months of the election. And the other 3 years and 1 month outside of that election period are not actually captured or reported, nor are necessarily the prohibitions on corporate or union donations. So I think this is an opportunity to really tighten up some of the gaps. We've had all sorts of reports, a lot of which are articulated in the motion itself, and I know that there's a number of resolutions that are coming forward, but I think there's a real opportunity to tighten up some of the loopholes. We had the Independent Election Task Force report back to us that they see that there's some gaps here. And so it's really just an opportunity to tighten up the gaps, to make sure there's that transparency. I think that transparency reflects well on all of us, because there's always these aspersions about who's running the show in the back room, and this is just really about transparency and good process, and ensuring the public that we're out there doing the job for them. So,
thank you. So we have questions for you. I'm just going to turn your mic on here, and Councillor Swanson, you have up to a minute.
Yeah, thank you for the motion. I think it's good to be moving towards more transparency. I wondered if you thought of throwing in, because the city with its zoning powers has the power of increasing the value of property quite a bit. I'm wondering if you thought of throwing in a prohibition against accepting money from developers.
well, of course, there is a prohibition against
More than
money
1,200.
well, no, from any corporation or union. So I think about it all the time. I'm not prepared to necessarily enter it into this motion, because I'd like to see something that we can all get behind and actually put forward the ask to LMLGA and UBCM and see the province make a move on this relatively simple and I think quite benign ask.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I have a couple of questions. I'm just wondering, Councillor Fry, and I may actually, because I chair the meeting tomorrow, try and ask someone to put forward an amendment from my caucus. I'm happy to type out tonight regarding tax receipts. So if there is this level of reporting that we currently have now, why should federal and provincial contributions be subject to tax receipt, but not local? So I'm just wondering why you didn't put that in here.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I actually agree with you. I do recall that Minister Eby was asked that question at one point, and he kind of shied away from the idea because obviously it deprives tax revenue from government coffers.
Yeah,
but I actually do support that.
There's democracy. I have one more question for you, and that's, we've talked about unions and developers, but what about individuals who are somehow related to or organized crime, drugs, other types of businesses that may also have dark money associated to them?
Yeah, that's a pretty good question. I'd have to refer back to the actual Local Election Act, because I think that they may be precluded to some degree by virtue of their criminality, but that's a good point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. Two questions I'll try to get through quickly. The first one really relates to, because I fully support transparency, but if you're open to sort of further strengthening as it relates to third parties and what can be considered elector organizations and full disclosures around that before and on an ongoing basis, not just in the year that's specified in the motion around campaign periods?
Yeah, no, it's specifically outside the campaign period.
Okay, but if we could strengthen that, you would be open to those amendments?
Yeah, that's the intention of this.
Okay, and do you have a comment in the Independent Election Task Force report? There was a recommendation relating to dues for member-type organizations, whether it's unions or others, and that if those individual dues are being used, those should be signed over or counted as part of individuals' contributions?
Yeah, I felt that was a little scope creep in the context of what this motion was originally about, but I do agree with those recommendations as well. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. That's a minute. And so we can get somebody to second the motion. Thank you, Councillor Bly. I heard you first. So that's seconded. Now, we do have speakers signed up for this one. So if we'd like to hear the speakers, we can refer it. Yep. Move to refer. Seconded by Councillor Hardwick. Everybody okay with moving it to tomorrow and hearing the speakers? Please vote yes if so. Anybody opposed? That's good. So that's passed. Thanks. So we'll hear that tomorrow. Now we have notice of council members' motions creeping in almost on 5. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask that we extend to get through notice of motion. Just extend the meeting to get through notice of motion.
Everybody okay with that? Yeah, all the...
Sure.
Yep. Okay.
Can we do them all
Everybody
together?
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. I do have a notice of motion for the February 25th meeting that I'd like to call notice on unintended consequences reconsideration of a council decision that may affect housing in the City of Vancouver. I also have an inquiry for staff and another matter. So may I do them all together, just out of efficiency?
Sure. So for the city manager, oh, no, actually, we'll get through our new business. We'll have to do it in sections. So new business first, and then on to inquiries. So,
okay.
Right.
Thanks.
So any other new business?
Oh, I can do new business now at the same
No,
time?
that's, sorry, I'm sorry. It's the members' motions.
Okay, that's the only one. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Councillor Kirby-Young, members' motions? Point of order. Okay.
I heard February 21st. I'm sure it's January that's meant, but I just want to make sure that that's
I'm sorry, what is the...
January or February?
To come forward in February.
Oh, in February.
Yes, so not the next meeting, the meeting after that?
Great. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, just for new members' motions.
Yeah, thank you. I have two. The first one is titled Recognizing January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And this is for February 11th and meeting. And then the second motion, also for February 11th meeting, is titled Including Pedestrians in Vancouver Snow Protocol and Response.
Thank you. Councillor Fry, and just remember, if you could send in the titles to the clerks, that would be great. Notice of members' motions?
I just did.
And what is it?
Exploring a cultural spaces rent bank.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. As you'll recall, in October 23rd, we, in Standing Committee, we passed a motion unanimously to establish an Auditor General's office for the City of Vancouver, and this motion is a follow-on from that. One of the outcomes of that motion was the identification of a 3-person committee and next steps for determining things like terms of reference. So that's the purpose of my motion on notice.
And we're just on titles now, so what is the title?
So it's Independent Auditor General Subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dalbano, just the title of your motion?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's simply an administrative motion. City of Vancouver LGBTQ 2+ Advisory Committee renaming consideration to add the S, which was missed when the committee was struck a year ago. So
okay.
They've asked for that to come forward as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I have a motion for our next council meeting entitled Transparency at Little Mountain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, did you?
I'm waiting for the next section for new business.
Anybody else have members' motions? Okay, thank you. Now we're on to new business. We can put these together, new business, inquiries, and other matters. I think we can, no? Can we group these? Okay, we'll group these. Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young, I have you, and I have one too. Oh, sorry, I have one before we get to Councillors' ones. One item of new business, which is a request from Councillor Boyle for leave of absence for civic business from meetings after 5 p.m. on Wednesday, January 22nd. Okay, so I've got Councillor Kirby-Young now. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
We need a motion now for that? Okay, so can we have a motion for that one then? A mover for this motion. Councillor Wiebe, seconder. We're moving on Councillor Boyle's leave of absence request. Second, Councillor Carr, and it's making you sweat there. Okay, and all in favor? Any opposed? No, that's good. Now we're on to Councillor Kirby-Young. Sorry about that.
Sure. I have two items of new business, and the first shorter one is just bringing to Council's attention that on January 27th, this coming Monday, it is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which was designated in 2005 at the UN General Assembly. And this year in 2020 does mark the 75th anniversary of liberation. And it really speaks to remembering the atrocities that happened during the Holocaust and the legacy and the impact that we continue to see today, and sadly the fact that we still see incidents of anti-Semitism. And so I know that the Jewish community welcomes participation. They have a We Remember campaign that they encourage people to participate in and show their support and solidarity. And this is something that is celebrated, or celebrate is not the right word, I apologize, recognized in a number of countries around the world, including Canada and cities such as Calgary, Ottawa, and Montreal. And Vancouver is home to the third largest Jewish community. So I did want to note that special day on Monday. The other item of new business, and I hope Council will indulge me for just a couple of moments, is to pay homage to the loss of a very well-known community member, Jamie Lee Hamilton. And I wanted to acknowledge her passing on December 23rd, 2019, at the Cottage Hospice in Vancouver, where she passed away after a short but valiant battle with cancer, surrounded by loved ones. I think Jamie Lee doesn't need a lot of introduction, but I do think it's important to state her accomplishments. And a lot of people know her from her tireless, lifelong dedication to fighting for the rights of Indigenous people, sex workers, our LGBTQ2S spirit community, as well as low-income residents in Vancouver. She was a proud trans Two-Spirit and Métis Cree woman, a professional sex worker and advocate for almost 50 years, and interestingly founded, along with Becky Ross, Canada's first and only memorial for sex workers in her beloved West End. Jamie Lee was a tour de force, an incredible personality. I had the opportunity to get to know her over my 4 years on Park Board quite intimately, and we would often engage in her favorite pastime, which was raiding the fish and chips at the different Park Board concessions throughout the city and attending a number of events. But she really did a couple of significant things as a city and one of for our city, and raised the alarm bells, for example, in the murdered missing women in the downtown east side when she famously came to the steps of City Hall and dumped dozens of pairs of women's shoes to bring attention to the tragedy and the issue of missing women. So she had a deep passion for politics in her city and municipal affairs. She ran for all three levels of government, for school board, council, and the Park Board, which was quite a feat, and remained very active and very engaged. She was, in fact, the first trans woman to run for political office in our city in 1996. So I know her loss is felt very deeply by a lot of admirers as well as comrades and friends, and her celebration of life, which is open to all, is taking place this coming Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. at St. Paul's Anglican Church. For those who would like to pay recognition, and there is also a GoFundMe campaign for anyone that would like to donate to the service, and some proceeds, if there are available after those fees are paid to support the service, will go to two of Jamie Lee's favorite causes, which is Warriors Against Violence and Out on Screen. So I think you knew when Jamie Lee was in the room, and you had great debates with her, but she always did it very graciously and with a smile, and sort of heard what people had to say. So I really appreciated that about her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. And just on that note, I had received a formal request to, as a liaison to the Civic Asset Naming Committee, to ask the committee to consider putting Jamie Lee Hamilton's name on the list, and that came to me from Sarah Blythe. So I will be doing that formally at our next meeting. So I want to thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for her beautiful words about Jamie Lee Hamilton. On switching to a note of thanks and appreciation, I wanted to thank our staff who did a really excellent job in a really difficult situation with the snow fight. And I just wanted to acknowledge that because I know that meant several long hours. That meant really, especially with that last overnight snowfall, it was really difficult. And I've heard from people that always have challenges, but some people were quite excited to know about our Snow Angel program, in fact. So I just really wanted to, through you, Mr. Mayor, the city manager, and I hope that he can pass my formal appreciation on to staff, that their work is appreciated. It's a tough job, and it snows all over our city. We have to get to the main routes first, and I also think that the city did a good job explaining how we clear things and the priority. So there weren't any favorite routes. It really went through the process. So just wanted to thank staff particularly for that, Mr. Mayor. And the other question that I had for staff is regarding passenger loading and drop-off zones. I know this is a question that I've brought up. I see the city manager nodding his head, but I was contacted by by a resident of Vancouver who, in dropping off an elderly family member in a drop-off zone, and it took longer than 3 minutes to get inside the hospital facility or the medical center they were going to, and unloading wheelchairs and all of that. It took more than 3 minutes. They got back to their car. They found a ticket. The ticket hadn't said how long they'd been there for, apparently, but I'm just quite concerned because I also hear this about childcare drop-off, and quite concerned because we don't want to encourage, especially parents who have other children that need to take both children in, because no one should leave a child, especially an infant, in the car. I think that it's important that we do look at the way we're doing things. So I was told I didn't need to bring a motion on this, and I was just hoping through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city manager, that I could formally ask for staff to respond to this as to what we're doing to make sure that people don't fear that 3-minute drop-off if there's a situation that warrants them being a little bit longer. Thank you.
Through the mayor, if I might, we have talked about this a good number of times and produced a number of memos on it. I could send those again if that would help. We've looked at the issue a number of times and all the considerations that you've raised, so I don't want to be a broken record here, but I'm happy to share that perspective again if that would be helpful.
Just a follow-up to that.
Not really. Nope. We've.
Okay, it's a new inquiry. The new inquiry, if I would just be sent a memo, is I'd like to ask staff if it would be possible to consider a new amount of time for passenger drop-off, considering the length of time it takes one to get into a large medical facility or a hospital or a daycare center.
I think that would be a motion.
Okay. But staff, would they be able to comment on that? If they need a motion, I'll
I think if you're changing a rule, you'd have to have a motion, but if you needed a report...
No, there'll be many speakers to it, so...
Yes, thanks. Through the mayor, we have reviewed it a number of times, and we have recommended not changing it a number of times due to the considerations of wanting to make sure there's enough available space for those that are coming to use the space, and if people are there for 10 minutes or longer, then those that want to come and use it obviously can't access it. I guess I would agree with the mayor. If there is a desire to change it and council wants to dictate that against staff's recommendations, then I think a motion would be appropriate.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. And I do also want to thank Councillor Kirby-Yung for providing us with really an extended statement around Jamie Lee Hamilton. She was an absolute force to be reckoned with. I think we all know that, and we all miss her. Secondly, I just want to let everybody know, as your representative to the LMLGA, the Lower Mainland Local Government Association, there are some deadlines approaching. Those deadlines are March 12th for nominations to the board of the LMLGA and motions to the LMLGA, which is the process to get motions at the UBCM. It's the preferred process. The deadline for motions to be received by them is March 5th, which means they must be approved at our February 25th council meeting at the latest. And Rosemary Hagawara has sent some information to you all about that. The third thing I wanted to do was to just give you a very brief report, verbally now, on my attendance of the Berlin Second World Congress on Climate Change and some ancillary meetings that I had. The city, you paid for some extra days for me to be there in order to have those ancillary meetings. I provided you with an email this morning with the two reports, the one that's just specific to the extra meetings I had, but also the report that I tabled with the Climate Action Committee on Friday, last Friday at Metro Vancouver. I also dropped off some written copies in your mailboxes. I also have extra, other background reports. If anybody's interested, I have a few only of them, so I could lend them to you, but they're pretty interesting. And just to say at this point that the Berlin Congress itself was daunting in terms of its, it was a scientific congress more than anything else. And the data is actually quite scary. And some highlights are just that there are predictions of increased numbers of earthquakes, something that I hadn't really thought about before, due to isostatic rebound from ice melting on continental, on the continents, plus the warmer water in the fault zones. Projected temperatures. I think probably one of the most outstanding presentations I heard was from scientists from Turkey talking about Eastern Mediterranean temperatures. Right now, the Eastern Mediterranean summer temperatures are 40 to 45 degrees centigrade on average. The projected temperature ranges, worst case scenario, by 2100, which is not, I mean, it's this at the end of the century, are for up to 19 degrees centigrade more. That is in like 60 degrees centigrade summer temperatures. That's not livable for people. In terms of increase, there was other impacts that were discussed in depth, scientific reports on droughts, on heat waves, on extreme storms, on sea level rise, on coastal erosion, on health impacts. But the happy ending thing was the German case study, where in Germany they have a 10-year, now 20-year plan to mitigate and adapt to climate change. The first 10 years cost every household in Germany about 25 euros a month. Euros being about $1.50 Canadian. And they've got through that. They've made some, what they realized in doing that is what was voluntary didn't happen. What was legislated and funding all happened, including the closure of all, and they're almost there, all their nuclear power plants. Second phase is going to cost 5 euros, 1/5 the price per household per month, because the cost of actually moving to renewables is so much less expensive now than it was 10 years ago. And there is a great embracement. In the city of Berlin, they are actually looking at a very clear plan for how to mesh with this program, German program. They have their new plan or new pushes for a master plan solar city, where every house in Berlin will be required to produce renewable energy, such as solar panels, or use it in solar thermal, or if they have not solar access, to have a green roof. That is now becoming also federal law. I had incredible meetings with some local community groups around community gardens, for example. I loved it. Their community garden had a little house in the middle of it where there was a cafe where they had locally produced food, local wine and beer. It's very lovely in terms of a community garden. The big thing I ended up talking about as well was the housing crisis. 85% of Berliners live in rental accommodation. They did have about 500,000 government-built rental units, which unfortunately half of which they sold off to meet a debt crisis nationally. So now they're looking at buying back those units. The buyback price is going to be about 36 billion euros. So the lesson there is keep what you've got that's affordable. Don't sell it off.
Thank you. Council, I'll just remind you that we have 5 speakers left on the list with 45 minutes left before our public hearing starts. So if you want a chance to eat, I would just bring that to your attention. And Councillor Swanson, up to you.
Yeah, so Councillor Boyle and I were planning on bringing forward a motion on the Access Without Fear policy, and staff made a bunch of comments on it, and we're trying to update it to be in line with those comments, so that people without documents, people who with precarious employment, can have better protection in that sanctuary city policy. So the community really wanted that this protection to be stronger, but the staff comments on resolution said we can't do this till 2021. So what I'm hoping for is that we can get an update from the staff on exactly what has been implemented and what is still left to go. We have There was a brief update that the manager provided in November, I think, that gave some examples of the 6 implementation areas in the Access Without Fear program. And I'm just hoping that with this inquiry, I can get an update on what's happening with the in detail with each of those 6 implementation activities. I've got a little table that you could fill out if that would make it easier. And then I won't have to go back to the community that we're working with incorrect information. I'll be able to have good information. So that's what I'm hoping we can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to respond now, or that'd be something you send around later?
Yeah, sure. No, I think happy to respond now. I mean, if I could look at the table, that would be great. If it's a considerable amount of work, I'll need to come back and ask that you pursue a motion. But if it's something that we can do expeditiously, we'll get on it right away.
Thank you. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, just requesting a LOA for an hour from 6 to 7 on Thursday, January 23rd.
Okay. So I guess that's okay. Councillor Dejanova moves it. The seconder. All in favor? Any opposed? That's good. So that's passed. Thank you. Anything else? No. Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just wondering through you to staff if we could just get, as a council, some additional information regarding the recent story around the Punky, the blue heeler that was impounded in 2017, and I understand I think is going to be put down because it bit a woman, I think, on Spanish Banks. But I'm just wondering if we could get a little bit more background information on that, and like whether there's an opportunity for behavioral modification or anything, or is this, I think the owner is quite distraught, and I'm just curious if we could get more information on that.
Okay.
Because I think it's this week, and so.
Yeah, thanks. Through the mayor, I don't know much about that situation, so I'm happy to get you information to council. And generally, I would say that destruction is the very last resort, from my understanding. But I will get you additional information as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, just a very quick one I forgot earlier, and that was just with respect to a news item I heard recently about provincial new guidelines relating to new modes of transit and e-scooters or e-bikes, and a couple of municipalities that apparently would be piloting. I think it was Victoria and Kelowna, if I remember correctly, and I wonder if Vancouver's had any conversation about being a pilot city with the province or any discussion related to that.
Thanks, yes. We did submit an expression of interest to the province. I don't know what the formal name for that was, but to request to be a pilot as well.
Okay.
I don't believe we've heard.
Okay, sounds.
I'll let you know either way. I mean, if we have heard, I'll let you know.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you. That's it for the list, Council. So a motion to adjourn, and then we come back in public hearing at 6. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. All in favor? Any opposed? We're adjourned. See you back at 6.